Hello, everybody. Welcome to the special business meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, April 23rd. Helen Squallen Quitsluktumuk ta Squamish Okmeo. Welcome to the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. Please be advised this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have any concerns about this, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting. Could I have someone move adoption of the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor French and seconded by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, this evening we're here for a public hearing regarding the temporary use permit number 76 for Woodfibre LNG, which is known as commonly referred to as the Floatel. I have a bit of a script to run through this evening before we get underway to orient everybody as to how the evening will go. So the purpose of this hearing is for council to hear input from the public prior to council's consideration of temporary use permit 76 for the WLNG Floatel. After the hearing is closed, council may approve, reject, or defer its decision on the proposal to a later date. To the members of the public who have chosen to participate this evening, thank you and welcome. I will now lay out the process and expectations for the hearing. First, staff will present on the proposed temporary use permit, and council will have an opportunity to ask questions of clarification. The audience will see that on the screen behind me, and it will appear for council on the screens in front of their individual screens. The proponent will then be afforded an opportunity to present their proposal. Council may then seek clarity on the information presented by staff and the proponent. Council may also ask questions and seek clarification from staff throughout the evening. Next, I'll open the floor to the public. Those who have pre-registered to speak will be called upon first. After the speakers list has been exhausted, I will call for speakers from the audience who haven't registered. It would be quite helpful if throughout the evening it starts to occur to you you would like to speak, to add your name to the speakers list so we can see how far we have to go. But once we have exhausted the speakers list, we will be going to folks in the room by show of hands. We'll be calling for those to approach the podium in the order that they registered, and I'll call out 3 speakers at a time to keep the flow of the hearing moving. Please line up at the indicated line behind the speaker's podium in the order you are called upon and approach the podium when it's your turn to speak. The podium is to my left, your right. We're going to hit a rhythm with this as we get going. All speakers will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to address council. The corporate officer will advise when you have 30 seconds left by holding up a yellow sign. Please start your remarks by clearly stating your first and last name, the neighborhood and/or city district you live in, and if you are speaking on behalf of an organization or business. Members of the public are reminded that you may only speak to the temporary use permit, and comments must be focused on the worker accommodation Floatel. And that the scope of the temporary use permit under consideration does not extend to the merits of the WLNG facility currently under construction or to any matters associated with the construction of the Fortis pipeline. While I understand there are strong opinions about the WLNG project, this is not an appropriate venue for speaking in favor or against the project overall, as council can only consider the information relevant to the worker accommodation when making a decision. I would also like to highlight that we are trying to make this a safe space for everyone to voice their opinion without interference from others. So no member of the public should feel discouraged or intimidated from making their views known. Therefore, members of the public are asked to maintain order and quiet during the process. Please do not boo, clap, stomp, or otherwise disrupt a speaker or the hearing itself. There will be zero tolerance for disruptive, harassing, or threatening behavior. In the event that an attendee or a group is disruptive or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, I'll provide a verbal warning, and if the conduct does not improve, I have the discretion to ask the person or group to leave or to have them escorted out should the need arise. In the event that council requires this meeting to recess and reconvene at a later time or subsequent day, I will state the date, time, and location where the meeting will reconvene. And as previously stated, this meeting is being recorded and web streamed live, and the recording will be posted on the district's website. Media may be present and is present, and the public can advise the media if they don't want their picture taken. So with that, I will turn it over to our staff to present the proposed temporary use permit.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Vrish Prahalad, planner for the Major Projects Industrial team. I am joined by Kate Mulligan, Director of Major Projects Industrial, and by Jonas Valeniskis, Senior Director of Community Planning. Today's presentation aims to present Woodfibre Liquefied Natural Gas Floatel Temporary Use Permit number 76, application for Council's consideration. Temporary use permits allow a use of land on a temporary basis not otherwise permitted in the zoning bylaw. TUPs may be issued for a period up to 3 years and may be renewed once, subject to Council's approval. The objective of a TUP is to provide a short-term opportunity when considered appropriate by Council without negatively affecting existing businesses and surrounding properties in terms of noise, lighting, parking, traffic, and other impacts. The WLNG project is located on the former Woodfibre pulp mill site. Once constructed, the WLNG facility will have a capacity to liquefy up to 2.1 million tons per year of natural gas, have a storage capacity of 250,000 cubic meters, and will export liquefied natural gas supplied to the facility by FortisBC pipeline by tankers. There is no road access, and all personnel, equipment, and supplies for the project will be ferried by vessel. The project will use electrical power sourced from BC Hydro. WLNG underwent an environmental assessment process from 2013 to 2015 and received an environmental assessment certificate for the certified project area under the British Columbia Environmental Assessment Act in 2015, and an environmental assessment approval from Squamish Nation through the Squamish Nation Environmental Assessment Agreement in 2015, and a positive federal decision statement under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act in 2016. The EAC and the SNEAA, both approved in 2015, defined the certified project description, but did not include worker accommodation infrastructure. At the time of the original application, sufficient worker accommodation options were thought to be available in the local community. As a result of local community feedback on land-based work camps, WLNG is now proposing temporary accommodation for construction workers at the Woodfibre site. An amended EAC with new conditions was approved on November 1st, 2023, adding the following to Section 3.0, Construction Infrastructure, Facilities and Activities in Schedule A of the certificate. 1 temporary floating worker accommodation and associated mooring and access infrastructure. Temporary housing accommodations for workers and onshore drinking water treatment to supply the floatel. Conditions for the EAO Amendment number 3 include a gender and cultural safety plan, worker health and wellness plan, floatel and workplace cultural committee, access and travel, as well as floatel air quality and noise monitoring. Squamish Nation approved an amendment to the SNEAA, adding the floatel in November 2023. Squamish Nation's Environmental Subcommittee participated in the review of this application. Environmental concerns and community safety were key considerations based on the technical scoping and community engagement from 2019 to 2023. Squamish Nation issued its own amendment conditions to the SNEAA and worked with the EAO on conditions for the project's amended EAC. Considerations included safety of women, Indigenous persons, and other minorities at the Floatel and in the broader community, environmental impacts in Howe Sound, Squamish Nation members' Indigenous rights allowing access to wood fiber for traditional uses, and ensuring that the proponent is held accountable and commitments are fulfilled. Conditions of approval require that out-of-town workers living at the Floatel are not allowed to travel to and from town during off-shift hours. Several policies, training commitments, and reporting obligations must be completed to focus on safety and security. All Floatel waste, including garbage and sewage, must be barged to existing treatment facilities. No discharge will be authorized from the Floatel into Howe Sound. Squamish Nation cultural training for Floatel residents and ongoing Squamish Nation involvement in workplace culture. The Floatel is proposed by WLNG to mitigate community concerns related to increased pressure on the Squamish housing market and other services, concerns raised by Squamish Nation and the greater community related to safety, more specifically related to gender safety, by reducing community interactions, avoiding increased traffic volumes by reducing the number of personal vehicles in the community, and providing a safe and welcoming worker accommodation to attract a diverse workforce. A Floatel has been identified by WLNG as a temporary workforce accommodation for the duration of the project's construction period. The Floatel is to act as a key mitigation to address community impact concerns by the community and various project regulators. The Floatel is proposed to operate from Q2 2024 through to the end of construction in 2027 and will accommodate between 400 and 650 workers at peak construction. The Floatel has a capacity of 652 passenger cabins, each with single occupancy, 1 bed and bathroom facilities. Bridgman Services Group is the contractor that will supply the Floatel to WLNG and will also function as the Floatel operator. WLNG has confirmed that should TUP 76 be approved, the Floatel would accommodate up to 50 Fortis BC workers until at least the end of August 2024. Updated WLNG workforce numbers will be generated in July, at which time WLNG will provide Fortis BC with written confirmation by no later than July 15th on the number of rooms that would be available for their workers for the period of September to December 2024. This process for establishing Floatel room occupancy will continue thereafter, each time providing Fortis BC with 45 days notice of the number of rooms that would be available to their workers over the next period. Fortis BC personnel working on the Woodfibre site will be constructing the tunnel and facilities infrastructure for the EGP project. Permitting required by WLNG include the BC Environmental Assessment Office Environmental Assessment Certificate Amendment received on November 1st, 2023. Squamish Nation Environmental Assessment Agreement Amendment received December 4th, 2023. Impact Assessment Agency of Canada Federal Decision Statement received confirmation on November 29th, 2023 that an amendment was not required. BC Energy Regulator Water Sustainability Act Section 10 authorization received March 7th, 2024. Vancouver Coastal Health Water Supply Construction Permit. Vancouver Coastal Health Permit to Operate, Food Services Permit, and Sewage Holding Tank Permits have all been submitted to Vancouver Coastal Health as well. The following tables highlights how the Floatel TUP aligns with the official community plan policy 31.2b criteria for TUPs. Number 1, demonstration that the use is temporary or seasonal in nature. The Floatel will be in operation during the construction of the WLNG facility. The Floatel is estimated to be in operation from Q2 2024 through the end of construction in 2027. Number 2, the existing land use. The parcel is currently zoned I3 General Industrial. Prior to WLNG pre-construction, the parcel was vacant and no uses were occurring at this location. The OCP land use designation for this parcel is Marine Gateway. Surrounding land uses. The surrounding parcels are zoned for I3 General Industrial, RE Resource, and M1 Marine. Surrounding land uses are in intensive industrial, marine gateway, and parks, greenway corridor, and recreation. Surrounding parcels are currently vacant of any uses. Number 4, potential conflict with residential land uses. There are no residential uses surrounding the project site. The closest residential use is the community of Britannia Beach within the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District. Number 5, potential impacts of environmentally sensitive areas. The certified project area received a Department of Fisheries and Oceans authorization. The floatel itself is regulated by various international and domestic maritime regulations. There will be no waste or gray water discharged from the floatel into the Howe Sound. Number 6, providing adequate services that meet health requirements. The floatel is required to attain a water supply construction permit, a permit to operate, a food service permit, and a sewage holding tank permit from Vancouver Coastal Health. Number 7, duration of the proposed temporary use. The TUP is proposed for a duration of 3 years with the possibility of renewal if the construction is delayed. Number 8, relative policies within other sections of this plan. OCP objectives 12.10a, 12.10c, 14.2f speak to employer-provided housing for industrial development projects, as well as supporting activities that provide expanded economic benefits to Site B. TUP 76 is proposing temporary workforce accommodation in the I3 General Industrial Zone. This zone is intended to provide land use compatible with large lot sizes at locations near waterfront, rail, and other major transportation routes. Uses intended under the I3 General Industrial Zone are primarily oriented to intensive manufacturing, transportation, and the shipment of manufactured bulk goods or materials. The OCP land use designation for this parcel is Marine Gateway, which allows for marine transportation and shipping, port terminal, and storage of marine vessels in service marinas and other designated moorage locations. The district's DPA 1 environmental protections do not apply to the floatel, as the Department of Fisheries and Oceans authorization, the Squamish Nation Amendment, and Transport Canada permit addresses the environmental concerns. Staff have also assessed that the hazard assessments for this floatel are not required as per district bylaws. Staff reviewed the traffic management plan and an updated traffic impact assessment received after the committee of the whole meeting. Staff comments focused on the ingress and egress of Site B access, as well as the integration of Fortis-BC traffic counts into the reports. Staff have since received a revised TIA report for review. Given the report addresses traffic impacts related to the overall project, for the purposes of this report, staff have included relevant findings to the TUP application. The revised TIA identifies that no additional trips are expected to be generated during the study hours resulting from TUP 76 approval. The revised TIA also identifies that overall project traffic will result in unrealistic delays for eastbound left turning vehicles turning from Site B to Highway 99 during peak hours. The TIA recommends that a requirement of their traffic management strategy is for vehicles exiting Site B that are traveling north to turn right south onto Highway 99 and turn around to head north via the Chief parking lot or Darrell Bay during busy times. Staff acknowledge that this movement will likely be preferable for drivers during peak times. However, enforcing this will be difficult and it prevents safety concerns for drivers who may not want to take the longer route, as there are limited gaps in highway traffic to make the westbound left turn during busy times. The TIA does not propose any upgrades to this intersection. Given the known issue with the Site B Highway 99 intersection, staff recommend a condition of the TUP that prohibits floatel-generated traffic from using Site B for access. Should WLNG wish to use Site B for floatel-related traffic, they will be required to implement mitigation measures to the satisfaction of the district. WLNG has confirmed that workers residing on the Floatel will be ferried to the project site from the lower mainland. For workers residing within the district, WLNG is currently using Darrell Bay Ferry Terminal to ferry project personnel to and from the project area until October 31st, 2024, after which time Site B is proposed to be used. Discussions around the use of Site B are still ongoing and are not finalized. Shuttles and private vehicles are expected to be used to access Site B. Workers residing on the Floatel will not be permitted marine-based transportation off the Floatel to access the district for recreational entertainment or other non-work-related activities. Workers who were not residents of the district before September 20th, 2023 are required to reside at the Floatel. Exceptions may be granted due to the extenuating circumstances, and a record of exemptions with rationale for each entry must be kept and provided to the EAO. 65 WLNG management employees will be residing in company-designated housing within the Squamish community, occupying 46 units. Currently, WLNG is utilizing Port Mellon to house non-local workers who are associated with pre-construction and marine construction works. Currently, there are approximately 200 workers being housed at Port Mellon. WLNG is operating for a ferry service to move workers from Port Mellon to the project site. There are a total of 3 round-trip ferry services per day. All non-local personnel providing ancillary services, including medical, food and beverage, laundry, recreation, and leisure services, will be housed on the Floatel and will be transported to the Floatel by ferry from the lower mainland. Specialized maintenance workers for the Floatel will not reside on the vessel and will be ferried to the Floatel from the lower mainland when their services are required. These contract negotiations are currently underway. Floatel supply contracts through Indigenous businesses are pending Floatel occupancy, as are Floatel employment opportunities for the local Squamish Nation community. Potable water will be sourced from Woodfibre Creek. Water will be treated via an onshore treatment plant to meet water quality requirements of the Vancouver Coastal Health Water Supply System construction permit, currently being reviewed by VCH staff. VCH staff are not able to provide a concrete timeline as to when a permit may be issued, as they are working through several outstanding issues with the applicant. WLNG is also required to obtain an operating permit from VCH to operate the water treatment plant, which is currently being reviewed by staff. A Floatel waste management plan was requested by the Squamish Nation and has been developed in consultation with the Squamish Nation. A summary of the Floatel waste management plan has been provided in the council package. The district landfill will not be utilized for waste disposal. Due to the capacity of existing receiving facilities, the district's wastewater treatment plant cannot accept wastewater from the Floatel. Discussions on whether the district's wastewater treatment plant could in the future accept WLNG's wastewater once scheduled renovations to the facility are complete are currently being assessed by staff. WLNG has retained a qualified professional to develop an air quality monitoring and mitigation plan, as well as a noise monitoring and mitigation plan for the Floatel operations. The air quality standards required to be met focused on the requirements to measure nitrous oxide and particulate matter under 2.5 microns. The noise standards to be met are Health Canada's sleep disturbance thresholds. Additional material has been reviewed by staff, and when appropriate, the district has provided feedback to the applicant and/or appropriate regulator as part of the ongoing overall project review process outside of the TUP 76 application process. Summarized details regarding the status of these review processes have been included in the council package. Information provided to council for informational purposes only and is not to be considered as part of the issuance decision for TUP 76. The topics include emergency plans, security and policing, medical services, gender and cultural safety plan, community amenity benefits and DCCs, local Indigenous procurement, as well as marine construction vessels. Staff recommend that Council authorize temporary use permit number 76 for a 3-year period for the property legally described as District Lot 8296, Group 1, located at Woodfibre, Squamish, BC, subject to approval of associated Vancouver Coastal Health permits, water supply construction permit, permit to operate, food service permit, sewage holding tank permit, as well as approval of the Gender and Cultural Safety Plan by the Environmental Assessment Office, approval of the Air Monitoring and Mitigation Plan by the Environmental Assessment Office, as well as the approval of the Noise and Monitoring and Mitigation Plan by the Environmental Assessment Office, and that the mayor and corporate officer be authorized to execute the temporary use permit.
Thank you. Is that,
No.
we're not done yet?
One more
Two more
slide. Good evening. My name is Jonas Volanishkis, Senior Director of Community Development. We are seeing more people trickle into the room, which is great to see. And before we begin to hear from the public, it is important to highlight one more time that Council's scope of considerations and what feedback can be considered in this decision is limited to the temporary use permit 76 application, which requests the use of land to accommodate temporary workforce housing. The scope of temporary use permit considerations does not extend to the merits of WLNG facility currently under construction, and it does not include any matters associated with the construction of the Fortis pipeline. Those are not decisions that are subject to our local government authority. As a local government, the district and our council has very limited role in approval process of major industrial and utility projects. As such, it is important that members of the public are aware that only comments about the proposed temporary use of a floatel can be considered by council in making the decision on this temporary use permit. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So now we'll go to council for any clarifying questions about anything that we've heard in the presentation or that was included in the package. Who would like to get us started? Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the chair. Staff mentioned both in their report as well as in their presentation that DPA1, our environmental protections, do not apply to this application. And I'm just wondering if staff can elaborate on why that is and what specific circumstances in this application would exempt it based on the list of exemptions within our OCP.
Through the chair, for clarification, the DFO approval that we're referring to is the Fisheries Act authorization. And that authorization was looking at the harmful alteration destruction, which looks at the amount of disturbance and impact from habitat alteration. And if there is destruction to habitat, the applicant is required to offset the alterations at the site or off-site. And so when it comes to our DPA1 guidelines, our marine guidelines within DPA1 have the same offsetting requirements. So essentially, because the offsetting was already in place in that DFO authorization, if we applied the DPA1 marine guidelines to the site as well, we would be applying offsetting twice.
Okay, and to further clarify, what about the riparian components of DPA1?
The riparian is included within that DFO authorization. So there is language in our OCP that states that if there is a higher regulatory authority that addresses the riparian within the marine environment, that they will be exempt from our DPA1 guidelines.
Our website and our OCP also state that your development activity may be subject to multiple layers, including our permits as well as upper levels of government. So why do we apply our bylaws in some circumstances and not others?
Through the chair, As part of the WLNG facility, they were required to submit a DPA1 application. And when staff reviewed that application, we broke that application up into two. One was for the terrestrial component and one was for the marine. Our terrestrial DPA1 guidelines do go above and beyond some of the regulatory requirements of higher levels of government, which is why WLNG was required to get a terrestrial DPA1. However, our DPA1 guidelines for the marine environment do not supersede the regulatory requirements of the DFO Fisheries Act authorization. They're essentially the same. So if we applied our DPA1 marine guidelines to this project, essentially WLNG would be offsetting for the same habitat disturbance twice.
Thank you for that clarification and that a DPA1 has been received for the land portion of this application. My second question was around just clarification of the total number of workers anticipated. The Floatel worker curve identifies 610 workers. We know that the Floatel can accommodate up to 650. The current Woodfibre website and many of their comments to the EAO expresses that there'd be up to 850 people working on site at peak construction. So do we have an understanding of what the plan is for the additional 135 workers that are not identified in the Floatel work curve?
Through the chair, one correction to make. We received confirmation from WLNG that the 850 worker count that's on their website is incorrect. That number should be 800. And WLNG has stated that the peak worker total for the project will be 800. However, due to the shift work schedule at any one time, there will only be around 600 workers working at the site at any one time. The Floatel does have a maximum occupancy of 650. However, at no time is it expected that the Floatel will be at full capacity.
All right. Finally, my last question for now is around an amendment, or the third amendment that occurred to the EA certificate that allowed for the Floatel added an additional condition to condition 14, a requirement that the holder must establish a committee to engage District of Squamish, its community organizations, no less than once per quarter, and consult with parties identified in this condition with participation from Fortis BC on issues that impact workforce housing, safety, and community services. And I'm curious if this committee has been established or if any movement has been made in understanding the requirements that have been laid out by the EAO.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Stoner. My name is Kate Mulligan. I'm the Director of the Major Projects Industrial Team. In the spring of 2023, Woodfibre established an advisory committee with the terms of reference to evaluate programming and make recommendations on how the project manages safety and security impacts on Indigenous women. WLNG informed the district that representatives included Squamish Nation, Slated Tooth members, member advocates with direct or familiar lived experiences, local organizations, including organizations that are focused on the issues at hand, and federal, provincial, and local government representatives as observers only. This group was meant to have an ongoing role throughout the construction to make recommendations to Woodfibre LNG on how the company is managing cultural and safety programming, to provide a forum for the community to address concerns that may emerge, and for Woodfibre LNG to monitor and track these concerns. We did have participation by a district councillor as an observer only. Beyond a copy of the draft plan submitted to the district, which includes the Gender Cultural Safety Plan, the district has provided feedback on the committee through that process. Essentially, as the committee has been struck, the requirement to strike the committee as a condition of that permit does not necessarily apply as a permit condition. However, the requirement for the approval of the Gender Cultural Safety Plan, for which the district has provided feedback on, which includes comment on the Gender Cultural Safety Committee, is a requirement.
One quick follow-up. The second part of that requirement is that there's quarterly reports including socioeconomic metrics and potential cumulative issues arising from the concurrent workforce housing interactions between Woodfibre LNG and Fortis. Have those quarterly reports been provided to the district and or the public of the District of Squamish?
Through the chair, no reports have been provided to the district. The report, it is our understanding the report is yet to be approved. The Gender Cultural Safety Plan is yet to be approved by the Environmental Assessment Office, and no reporting based on that plan or the committee has been provided.
Thank you. I have Councillor French next.
Thank you, Mayor. Quote from the staff report. Staff recommend a condition of the temporary use permit that prohibits Floatel generated traffic from using Site B for access. Should WLNG wish to use Site B for Floatel related traffic, they will be required to implement mitigation measures to satisfaction of the district. Now, in my first look through all of this, I didn't find any wording in the draft plan. I looked at it again tonight. I think I found the wording to this effect, and I just want to confirm that what I've stumbled on or what I've discovered is correct. So does the wording in section E titled transportation cover this in points 3 and 4 of section E?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. There's reference in the Technical Advisory Committee document to the district reviewing lighting with the temporary use permit application. The Squamish Nation and the Tsleil-Waututh also expressed concerns about lighting, and I'm thinking district staff must be happy with the lighting details because I couldn't find any mention of lighting concerns in any of the District of Squamish documentation that I've seen. And I'm particularly concerned about dark sky compliant lighting. So does staff have any concerns about light pollution or light in general from the Floatel?
As part of the DP application, a lighting assessment was conditioned. The results of that based on the nighttime survey and predictive modeling carried out in the light assessment. The project lighting from WLNG is not expected to exceed lighting criteria levels at the assessed receptor locations, one of those locations being Britannia Beach, which would be the closest residential community to the Floatel.
Thank you. Mayor, I have one more. Are the emergency response and community services and infrastructure management plans available for public viewing, and if yes, where?
Through the chair, no, the emergency response plans are not available for public viewing. They are considered confidential.
And the community services and infrastructure management plan?
Yes, through the chair, the community services and infrastructure management plan is available. I believe it's posted on the Proponent's website as well as EPIC, which is on the province's Environmental Assessment Office website.
Thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Council, further questions? Sorry, was it Pettingill? Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'm sort of wondering, we've observed throughout the history of this project many misstates in terms of when things would start or finish. And in talking to people in unions who work in these things, work in the industry, the feedback I'm getting is that the worker projections are way below what's required. So what is our recourse, or I guess, has there been any conversations with the proponent about how to handle or what the plan is if things go over time or there isn't a large enough workforce? From what I can see from what's in the permits and so on and the projected, there is no contingency for more workforce on the Floatel. So have there been any discussions with the proponent about how we manage or what will happen if they actually need more workers or if they need to extend the time?
Through the chair, conversations with the proponent around the worker numbers. The proponent has shared that they do not expect to go over that 800 number. It should also be noted that that site is quite tight, so it doesn't serve much of a purpose to throw additional workers at the problem, because it becomes a problem of almost too many cooks in the kitchen, because there's just not enough space to accommodate that many workers on site.
So if I can follow up on that, I mean, logically then, if you can't add more short-term capacity, the timelines may have to push out. We know at best we can give a 3-year approval, and then maybe at council's discretion, maybe up to 3 more years. But, you know, the only sort of if they can't add more workers, if there's challenges and so on, is there any mitigation plan, or there's just a hard assertion this absolutely does not need more? Or has there been conversation about that?
Through the chair, conversations with the proponent around when construction is expected to end. Those conversations have always resulted in the answer that they're expecting construction to end in 2027. However, they're unable to provide an exact date within that year as to when construction will be finalized.
And so I take it then, basically, if they run out of allowable permit, or then council doesn't decide to grant a subsequent 3-year permit after, you know, presuming this is approved, there just has to be a new process, possibly a new EAO amendment, or we just don't worry about it now and deal with that bridge when we come to it, or is there some sort of proactive planning we could be doing around that now?
Through the chair, written within the permit is an obligation that 6 months prior to expiration of the TUP, that if the proponent requires extra time, that they need to make an application for renewal 6 months prior to expiration of the existing permit.
Okay, I'll leave that for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks very much. Through the chair, in the draft or proposed TUP, section 3, bullet 2, in additional terms and conditions, it states that the general manager, I believe that's the general manager of community services, if I have to remember which general manager that was, that's earlier in the definitions of the TUP, may vary, suspend, revoke, or cancel the permit under a certain given set of conditions, and generally those conditions are if the applicant has violated some terms of the permit. Does council retain this same privilege, or does that rest with the general manager?
Through the chair, council could direct staff to review the actions of the permit holder against the permit terms and conditions, but it would be staff's discretion to vary, suspend, revoke, or cancel the permit under certain circumstances. If the permit holder does not agree with staff's evaluation, they can seek council reconsideration.
Thank you. Council, other questions? Councillor Greenlaw, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I was just wondering if there's been any conversation about chain of accountability. I know that when we were in chambers, we received assurances that Woodfibre, for instance, would be held accountable for the actions of their contractors and subcontractors and any negative impacts that they may have on our community. And I was just wondering if there is any documented statement to that effect.
Could staff clarify the question through the chair? Documented statements from who? From the proponent, or?
Yeah, from the proponent. Like, to give you an example, what I'm concerned about, if you look at the traffic management plan, for instance, we've had an incident recently in our community from a heavy industrial project where a contractor caused a very serious accident. And to the best of my knowledge, there has been no accountability for that. And I'd like to ensure that we have protections for the people in our community to make sure that they're safe.
Thank you for clarifying. Through the chair, yes, the proponent has indicated that all contractors, subcontractors, service providers that are working on behalf of the project must adhere to the project plans, the project management plans associated with the project. And essentially, any plans that would be related to the temporary use permit would be under the same expectations. There is a compliance and enforcement department, essentially, that is through the Environmental Assessment Office, where action can be taken if the community or other organizations feel as though management plans have not been complied with. And the district may also take that action to follow up with the Environmental Assessment Office.
Okay, thank you. And another concern that I recently saw was complaints in the Britannia area about the construction noise on site. And it just got me wondering, what kind of recourse would there be if we have, should there be unforeseen impacts of issuing this TUP that extend beyond kind of a reasonable amount?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, there is language in the draft permit conditions that allows the general manager to vary the permit if there's significant change in the circumstances of the permit at the time of issuance. And the general manager can vary, suspend, revoke, or cancel the permit if they consider that any of its terms, conditions, restrictions, requirements are not being met or cannot be met.
And I just have one more question. I was wondering, in the documentation, sorry, I'm not sure the language about this, but I think there's a bond that's being held of $2 million. And I was wondering if staff could speak to that number and whether or not it's sufficient.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, the purpose of the security deposit, which is $2 million, would be to recoup any daily amount that was charged if the vessel was left moored at the place of the temporary use beyond permit expiry. The district would recoup any costs associated with that through the through the security deposit. If there was additional costs, the district would seek action to resolve those and collect them from the proponent.
Thank you.
Anyone that hasn't spoken yet have any questions? I have a few of my own, and then I'll come back through to both of you gentlemen that have had your hands up. Seeing none, I've got a few questions of my own. Thank you, first of all, to staff for the report and all the attachments. There's a lot to wade through here. And I'm looking for some clarity around the current EA certificate and any amendments. What does it, is there anything in the EA certificate or amendments that contemplates the use of Site B for access?
Could you please clarify access for what purpose?
I guess for Floatel, the resident servicing, accessing the proposed Floatel. The amendment does speak to, and the original certificate speaks to some concerns around Darrell Bay, which is a controlled intersection. And I know we're talking about traffic impact. I'm just wondering if the EA certificate allows the use at Site B, or if that requires another amendment for this use.
Through the chair, staff would need to confirm that this is the case. However, the requirement or the conditions that are associated with the certificate are typically to develop a traffic control management plan or develop a traffic impact assessment, which would then denote traffic movements to and from the community. And at the time of the EA amendment, and still to this date, it is our understanding that Site B has not been confirmed as a location for transportation by the proponent.
Yeah, thank you. It just jumped to me that there was a specific spot named, and therefore other spots that weren't named were felt intentional. So I'd love some clarity on that if that's possible throughout the evening. And I suppose the same I would ask about the current use at Port Mellon for our temporary workforce. Is this something that that the EA was considered in an EA certificate process somewhere along the way? And if the answer is the same, then I'm fine to have a delayed answer. Okay. The language around what type of access would be contemplated through Site B, the based in Squamish language and only certain uses, how does staff see that being enforced? I see it quite challenging to someone needing to go from this side of the water to that side of the water for a project related activity is going to have a vehicle and is going to need to get on a boat. So what does the oversight or reporting, or what's the mechanism to ensure that piece is enforceable, given that we're sort of including it in the recommendation?
Thank you for the question. Devin Kianaga, Manager of Development Engineering. Through the chair, the regulation of that would only be related to the TUP. And so the way that the condition is worded is it would be specific to ancillary services or service providers specific to that flotel. So if it was someone coming from site or from town or out of town wanting to go to site to work, that wouldn't be covered and would not be something we would be monitoring or regulating. However, for any services that are specific to the flotel, we would that's what we would be monitoring, regulating through the TUP conditions. And how we would do that is there is funding available for an enforcement piece related to the project. And so we would have staff available to be monitoring that as required.
Okay, thank you. Are there other areas that, I believe it's written that specifically this about the use of Site B, not written in a way that's specific to Darrell Bay. So I wonder if there's other areas of the community we should be considering including in this to ensure that we understand where the related movements were going to originate. Thinking small boat, what other concerns do we have in the Mount Blind Channel? You know, small boat harbor comes into this, boat launch, other access points. So should we be speaking about it specifically in Darrell Bay rather than, if something other than Darrell Bay, only mentioning Site B? I just wondered if I could have some rationale there.
Thank you for the question, Chair. The Marine Transportation Management and Monitoring Plan for WLNG does not indicate the movement of materials or goods from other areas other than what's contemplated as potential in Site B and Darrell Bay. However, there is an area of the report that indicates that other areas could be used for the movement of personnel and service providers for the project. It does not specify for the flotel. At this time, the district staff did not include that as a condition of the permit. However, that could be considered.
Thank you. One more before I go back to my colleagues. In the OCP around the TUP policy, which there was a great slide on this earlier around demonstrating that the sort of criteria we're looking for are demonstrating that the use is temporary in nature, the existing land use of the site, surrounding land uses, potential conflict with residential land uses, and so on. To me, if we were introducing a industrial land use into a neighborhood of 650 people. The TUP process would say something different. So I'm seeing this as the same thing from the other end. And I'm wondering about, earlier we heard about the lighting plan being taken from a point of observation that was the nearest settlement, which I would argue is this proposed Floatel, not Britannia Beach. And I just wonder, how do we contemplate those things? Or am I inverting something that's just not inverted in that way?
Could the chair clarify the question?
So when I think about potential conflict with residential land uses, which is one of the stipulations in the TUP process, we are introducing a residential land use to a industrial project. So how do you, these concepts seem to be at conflict with each other, given that we're creating a land use conflict of some folks that are, yes, they happen to be there to achieve the construction of said industrial project. However, we're introducing a residential use to an industrial area.
Thank you. I think staff's comment to that is that it's workforce housing for people who are working on the project and staying there during their work days. And then they would be leaving the accommodation Floatel on their days off. So it isn't the same as considering an industrial project next to a residential development where people and families that are not associated with and not working right there are living. So we're not as concerned about the impacts. We are relying on the fact that this is, that there's going to be a lot of communication between the project and the staff accommodation operator. So yeah, the temporary use permit does not delve into that level of detail.
Okay, and my final question is, at Port Mellon, they have some workforce accommodation that they likely use for major shutdowns to support their project and so on. And I wondered if a rezoning was considered rather than recommendation for a TUP to have some sort of permanent accommodation there for such uses that they're likely to have on site, and sort of how did we end up on this TUP path versus a rezone or that would allow for some residential use to facilitate operations and construction as well, legacy housing, maybe even for the project itself, if not the community.
We've had discussions with the applicants about the potential for legacy housing. It hasn't led anywhere. And as per my earlier remark, we have to consider this application on the basis of the application, that it is being proposed to service just the construction phase, that the project is not required to have residential component in the long term. So it is strictly about the construction phase, which is why it fits the intent of a temporary use permit application.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill, then Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you. I'll leave that point for now. So I heard the response to my colleague's question that in terms of evaluating compliance with the TUP, that first goes to staff. And then if the proponent has a concern, they can dispute that to council. Is there room for the community or council itself, if it sees concerns that evolve in operations, is there a way for us to resolve that, or what's the process there? And I'm thinking especially in terms of it seems to, as portrayed, to be in the context of things we identify today, but we know unforeseen things come up. The proponent is claiming the housing issue was unforeseen. I beg to differ. A few of us told them about it in 2014, but unforeseen things can come up. So what's our mechanism as a community and a council to address the things that we aren't putting in the TUP now because we can't foresee them?
Through the chair, if council and the community has issues with certain things with the Floatel, council can direct staff to review the TUP in regards to those disturbances. I think there was a little confusion as far as the applicant having council review the TUP decision. If staff were to revoke the TUP based on a certain disturbance, the applicant can then apply to council to reverse staff's decision on reversing or essentially canceling the TUP.
And sorry to clarify, is disturbance related to something we explicitly identify in the conditions now, or is that it could be anything that as a community we perceive as a problem that we didn't think about?
Through the chair, if there's unforeseen circumstances that arise beyond when the permit is issued, council could direct staff to consider those, and staff can consider those, so long as it fits within the framework of the temporary use permit.
Okay, I think that's maybe a longer discussion, but I don't know what that means fits within the framework of the temporary use permit. I guess that's my concern of that we're sort of shutting the door on, not giving ourselves an opportunity to resolve things that may need to be resolved, but I'll set that aside for now. There's a noise report, and we talk a bit about that. That's all based upon a marine construction vehicle. I understand verbally that that's no longer part of the plan, but I haven't seen that in writing or condition anywhere. I'm wondering how we understand or can think about the value of that current noise report and what kind of assertions and assumptions we can make based on it, because it seems to be based on a circumstance which no longer exists. So how do we deal with that?
Through the chair, at the time that noise report was commissioned, the applicants, the plan was to have marine vessels with international employees housed on that vessel. That is no longer the case. They're going to be using domestic capacity to fulfill those marine needs. Yeah, and as part of the Floatel application, the amendment to the EAO, there's a requirement to create a noise report specifically for the Floatel. That report is still being reviewed by the EAO and is confidential at this time.
So sorry, and I guess, yeah, my concern was less about the housing piece of the marine construction vehicle, although, understanding that is important. But in terms of the noise to the workers, because that was the focus of the last noise report, is the impact on the people living on the Floatel because of a marine construction vehicle. No longer a marine construction vehicle, so some other equipment or whatever is going to be doing that same work. Are you saying that there's going to be a new noise report that will evaluate whatever the new infrastructure is on site to do that work, to assess the impacts on the people living there? And to give some context, we decide where to zone for neighborhoods based on what we perceive noise impacts, emissions impacts, and so on might be. And so I'm trying to understand, how I should be thinking or worrying about, do I have enough information to understand what the noise is going to be for those workers to make a decision? And then there's Britannia as well, but.
Through the chair, the vessel that was to be used where the noise modeling occurred were for works that have already occurred on the project site. So it's a moot point.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question for this round. My colleague asked about the amendment to condition 14, and the response was given in the context of the gender and safety plan. But condition 14 is actually much broader than that. It's the community service infrastructure management plan, which includes many more things. And it seems to require actual active engagement from Fortis community groups, so on and so forth. And the CSIMP, I believe, was approved a long time ago. We haven't, unless I misunderstood something, I take it this is effectively out of compliance with the EAO certificate, as I read the certificate. So I'm just wondering if you're able to confirm that and speak to what our recourse would be when there are things out of line with the certificate, or am I wrong? This is somehow in compliance.
Thank you. Through the chair, we have not had a updated or community table as since the amendment has gone through, where the district has been invited as a participant in order to seek enforcement or compliance. That would be through the Environmental Assessment Office by making a complaint, an official complaint to the Compliance and Enforcement Department, who would then review the conditions of the EAC, Environmental Assessment Certificate, and make a determination whether or not the project is in or out of compliance.
Okay, I've got Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Greenlaw, and then we're going to go to the public, and council will have other opportunities to engage further if there's additional questions that haven't been addressed yet. But Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. Through the chair, I'm going to change my focus a little bit to the mooring infrastructure. So first, a question of clarification. Is the mooring infrastructure part of the TUP or not part of the TUP?
Through the chair, the mooring infrastructure is not a part of the TUP.
Then that leaves me with no more questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, it's my understanding that there's a dam that's beyond the end of its life up the valley of the suggested position for the prospective flotel, and I was wondering if staff could comment on the existence of a hazard assessment for this dam.
Through the chair, it was concluded that a hazard assessment nor DPA2 were not required for the flotel for the following reasons. Our OCP requires hazard or risk assessments for land development applications as deemed necessary by the district. Staff did not deem that there was a credible hazard to a boat that is somewhat distant from the mouth of Woodfibre Creek, particularly since boats are designed to withstand wave action. The flotel is not a land development application and does not require a building permit. DPA2 is also not required. DPA2 is required for subdivision, construction of a building, and the alteration of land within primary floodways, secondary floodways, and debris flow hazard areas. None of these criteria apply to the flotel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So now we're going to go to the proponent. I believe we have, oh, there you are. So we have Christine Kennedy speaking on behalf of WLNG.
Chair, given the heat in the room and the time that's elapsed, I'm wondering if I could ask if Chief Dale Harry speaks first and that I change positions with him. Would that be possible, given that Gwen Harry is in the room as well?
We do have, I didn't get into the on deck, but on deck we have Chief Dale Harry and Elder Gwen Harry. So I will allow that at this point, but I won't do that later on the speakers list.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And as we're getting into switching into the submissions part of the evening, I'd like to remind everybody, including the speakers, that before you address you've got 3 minutes to make your submission. And if you could start by stating your name and the city or district you live in, and if you're speaking on behalf of an organization or business. And this isn't an opportunity to engage in debate with staff or council. If your submission contains questions, we will stop every so often and count. And if they seem relevant to council, then council will pick out the appropriate questions and ask those. So to get us started, we will start with Chief Dale Harry. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, Checkman Hot, NCI, Bakaltan Siam, Koishaman Sna, Hot Squalted States, Hoxton Squanchuk, Watamit Sot Seats Up. Bakaltan Siam, I'm one of the 16 hereditary chiefs in the Squamish Nation. And I lived here in Squamish. You know, I just wanted to thank the ones that are standing behind me and thank Christine for allowing us to speak first. I really appreciate that. That should be the protocol. You know, especially if we live here, born here, raised here, we're going to die here. Our nation ain't going anywhere. So, you know what I wanted to share with you all here today? You know, I stand before you as a hereditary chief of the Squamish Nation, one of the 16, in firm support of the Floatel. But more importantly, I stand here, I got 4 generations. 4 generations here. My mother, first generation, myself, my daughter, and my granddaughter. From my family who also support the Floatel. My mother is Gwen Harry Chisha Wigistame, and she's one of the co-chairs of the Woodfibre LNG Gender Safety Advisory Committee, a committee of strong women that are making sure our community and our women and our values and voices are heard on the Floatel. Ma Gwen Harry co-chairs a committee alongside the Woodfibre LNG President Christine Kennedy. And my mother always said that she has pros and cons. And she weighed those aspects. And last year made the decision to help, support, and contribute to the project. And use her voice and her skills to make sure that the people and women are protected. Without the Floatel, the alternative is much worse. People living in our community is not something that is seen as sustainable or a good solution. Woodfibre LNG listened, and they heard the concerns of our community, of our women, and they invested in the Floatel. And there's no reason that this investment should not be used as intended to protect the safety of our community as soon as possible. I'm not sure why we are hearing that Woodfibre doesn't have a plan. I heard that. They have a plan. It's $100 million investment of a plan, and it's sitting there ready to go.
Sir,
I live
you've
here.
hit your 3 minutes.
Well,
So if
I'm
you could
almost done.
Yep, please, thank you.
You know, that's pretty disrespectful. You know, I got all my family here, and you're doing that, saying that to me? I'm almost done. I says, I live here. My mother lives here. I was born here. Will die here. And a lot of that are in the room here today are speaking in opposition of the Floatel. Do not live here. I urge council to approve this temporary use permit so that Woodfibre can implement its commitments to the women's safety and community safety. The Squamish Nation Council has approved the Floatel. Does everyone in this room know about that? In November 2023, the Squamish Nation fully analyzed the pros and cons. Floatel and council voted and they supported it. I don't understand why this district council would want to get in the way of that. There are people waiting. Families are waiting. Local community are waiting about employment, training, education, bringing revenue for the nation, and also the environment first and foremost. You know, and there's people that joined the project because the Floatel provides a safe and comfortable living working environment, including our Indigenous workers. Why would we want to get in the way of their right to earn their living in this community? This delay seems highly unnecessary And then, you know what? It really hurts me when I see that. You know, and I always say I support it. My family supports it. And, you know, I think the district council has to move out of the way and let us get our people to work. You know, and first and foremost, I felt really insulted that when you said that. You know, and I really felt insulted. And to me, I was looking here. You guys had a whole hour. Thought it was a council meeting. Thought this was a community here to hear the people, whether they're for it or against it. Us, give thanks.
I'd like to remind everybody that that we're not to applaud or voice approval or disapproval. It's meant to be a safe space, and we will thank you very much for the submission. We do need to keep to the if we're going to get through the speakers list and to respectfully for all the folks on the speakers list, we do need to keep this this moving. So I'll be trying to hold to the 3-minute max, and there may be opportunity to come back if you feel that some things have been unsaid, but that feels a ways off given the length of our speakers list. So now I will go to the proponent, Christine Kennedy, speaking on behalf of WLNG. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that I have 5 minutes, which was advised to us by staff. So first off, I want to thank Chief Dale and Gwen Harry and family for speaking first and for their comments. And I want to thank staff for their thorough evaluation and presentation. And I want to thank council as well for hearing the temporary use permit application and for all of those attending tonight to speak in support of the temporary use permit. This application, as has been well stated already, is not for approval of the construction of the Woodfibre LNG project. Project's been approved by federal, provincial, and Squamish Nation regulators, and it's under construction. Regulatory approvals are already in place for the use of a floating workforce accommodation, or Floatel, including, as has been stated, from the BC Environmental Assessment Office, Squamish Nation, and Transport Canada, among others. All of these approvals included significant engagement with Squamish and other First Nations, District of Squamish, and with provincial and federal government agencies, as well as with members of the public, over an extended period of years. The temporary use permit application is for zoning approval, as has been stated, to utilize industrial zoned area at the project site to temporarily house the construction workforce outside the community. This approach to worker housing is in direct response to the district and community concerns related to workforce impacts on housing, traffic, and community services in Squamish. There's been 5 years of engagement with the community and district on using a Floatel to accommodate workers during construction. Company began consulting with the district in 2019 on the Floatel, and district input has been very helpful in developing the approach that we've taken to worker accommodations. Without the Floatel, workers would need to be housed elsewhere, and we would need to reconsider all options. That's not something that we want to consider in terms of the community. The Floatel solution has been designed to address community concerns related to workforce impacts on housing affordability and availability in the community. In previous presentations to District Council, we've spoken about that specifically. It's also, through provisions that have been discussed by staff, meant to address concerns related to gender safety, traffic volumes, pressures on community services. Staff have done a very thorough job of going over the environmental considerations and provisions for the Floatel, so I'm not going to address the various management plans and impact assessment and things like that, other than to reinforce that the company and other regulators have heard the concerns that the community has with a large industrial workforce overwhelming community services, and like regulator amendments for the Floatel already specifically restrict workforce access to the community, other than in very limited exceptions, like for emergency medical services outside the scope of those provided on the Floatel. Chief Dale mentioned gender safety. And on that, everybody in this room is well aware of the calls for justice of the 2019 Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry. Woodfibre LNG understands the duty that all companies and all citizens have to recognize the very uncomfortable truths about violence against women in Canada and to actually do something about it. Company takes the safety of Indigenous women and girls and all women on the project and in the community very seriously. Before it was a requirement of our EA approval, we established a Gender Safety Advisory Committee that I'm proud to co-chair with Gwen Harry of Squamish Nation, along with a group of incredible women from Squamish Nation, Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and the community. Every worker on the project takes part in in-person gender safety and cultural awareness training delivered by Squamish Nation trainers as part of their orientation to the project. This training deepens understanding of the issues surrounding gender-based violence and allows workers to apply that knowledge in their own lives and on future projects that they go to beyond this one. This is foundational stuff. Woodfibre is also required to have a gender and cultural safety plan that outlines requirements, resources, and consequences related to bullying, harassment, violence, and gender-based violence. We know these things are serious considerations for the community. We also have on the project Indigenous Floatel cultural managers, a new provision established by Squamish Nation that the company's very, very happy to accommodate. Using a Floatel to house the project workforce demonstrates the company's commitment to the District of Squamish, Squamish First Nation, and the broader community. We are working earnestly to mitigate impacts on residents of Squamish through the project, and we respectfully request that Council approve the TUP as recommended by staff for a 3-year term. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, we're going to get used to this. I know it's a format that's counterintuitive. So we're going to go down the speakers list, and a little bit earlier, when we had Chief Dale Harry and Elder Gwen Harry up, we didn't hear from Gwen Harry. So I just wanted to see if there was a submission that Elder Gwen would like to make it at this time, as I did have her on my speakers list. So we're okay. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. So now we're gonna the next 3 we have Norman Barr, Alan Barr, and Tyler Barr. So if we could get you guys sort of queuing up, and then we'll do a rolling call and keep batches of 3 going here as we start to move through our speakers list. And again, speakers will have 3 minutes to make their submission, and Ms. Wells will be holding up the sign to give you the 30-second mark. So first on my list is Norman Barr.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to speak on behalf of Norm today.
Okay,
he's forgotten his reading glasses, so I'll help him out.
Okay, so if you could start with stating your first and last name, the neighborhood or city or district you live in, and if you're speaking on behalf of an organization or business or elder, as the pattern seems to be developing here this evening.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, staff, council, Woodfibre LNG, for having us here today to speak. Like I said, I'm going to speak for Norman Barr. I'm 92 years young. I was born in Whistler and raised in Squamish, a second-generation resident. Mayor Herford, your grandfather, Vic, was a friend of mine. I served many years on this council under Mayor Pat Brennan. Those were exciting days. We were community builders. During our time, we built many things, including our sewer system, garbage collection. Owen Carney was a butcher at Save On Foods. Our water system in the Squamish, our airport, our golf club and curling club, Brennan Park, our industrial park, our seniors housing. And this building, yeah, Brennan Park. How did we do all this? It wasn't easy. Many initiatives were controversial. The answer was always this: we were determined to work together and find a way forward in a positive way. We always reminded ourselves what the purpose of a land use application was and narrowed our focus to that. And some issues were tough. We too were pressured because the public sometimes viewed it beyond the land use issue. But we always abided by the intention of the legislation. If I have one concern with this temporary use permit at hand, it is that I fear you, our council, are mixing the purpose of this application with the larger political views outside of the use. This is a rabbit hole I strongly advise you to avoid. We have a political view, and so we should. This is a democracy, but you are the governors, and you have the responsibilities beyond your political views. Here is my purpose in saying this to you. If you tilt your politics too far in front of the purpose of this application, you very much risk chaos in the aftermath, and this would be a very unfortunate situation. The key question before you is this: given all the alternatives, is the Floatel not the least intrusive way of housing construction workers? I ask you to think carefully. You're under a lot of pressure, but please think carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. So next on the list will be Alan Barr.
Okay. Well, I'm Norman Allen Barr, actually, but and this is my grandson Maverick. I'm live at 45 Beach Drive, Furry Creek, BC. I was born in Squamish and lived here most all of my life. And I'm the third of 5 generations actually residing in Squamish. The resource sector has fed our families over the years, and in my lifetime, I participated in or witnessed many construction projects. Some have been quite large. We've always managed ways to find accommodation for the workers. Take the 2010 Olympics, for example. We rented our homes to the workers. We filled the hotels, arguably. We had camps in the Callahan Valley for the workforce and security force. We had a floatel at the Squamish terminals. And we even moved the homeless off the side streets in Whistler to Squamish. All while we closed the highway for indefinite periods while we upgraded it so we could facilitate the people that were coming for the Olympics. This involved thousands, and literally thousands of workers. And yes, there's sewage too. In any event, we persevered and we built a great asset for our community. And that's what I see this coming forward. So here we are with Woodfibre. What should we do? They obviously need accommodation for their workers. And compared to the Olympics, this will be a relatively small workforce. I realize the political fracas at play, but failure to accommodate the request will create a very tense and contentious situation. Squamish, the Squamish I know, has always extended the hospitality to the workforce that came to our community. I get it that people oppose the Woodfibre project, but this is a temporary land use project, which is outside the political decision-making of allowing Woodfibre to proceed or not. Seeking avenues to stall or disrupt the project now that Woodfibre has received their major permits to construct and operate an LNG plant is not a practical way to proceed, in my view. Host of unrealistic restrictions. I'd like to thank the staff for the work that they've done. I think they've been overburdened with questions and things they need to answer, and I know council's worked hard on it. We're all entitled to our view, and I know there's many more people to speak, so I look forward to hearing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your submission. Next, we have Tyler Barr.
We won't.
You're all the.
Maverick's not going to speak.
Okay. I was looking forward to Maverick's speech, but we'll another opportunity, I'm sure, over the years. So next batch will be Peter Gordon, Tracy Saxby, and Sue Brown. So if you can make your way towards the mics, and we'll start moving through our lists here.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. My name is Peter Gordon. I live here on Village Greenway in Squamish. And I'm just a single generation Squamish person here tonight. However, I am a 50-year resident of Squamish, and I've lived here and worked here and raised my family here for my entire adult life. And as part of that, I really have dedicated a good part of my life to community projects and community building projects. And I guess at the ripe old age I'm at, I feel I have earned a right to say a few things. I want to take us back to when I came here 50 years ago. Pat Brennan was our mayor, and I was a cub reporter for the Squamish Times newspaper in those days. And Pat Brennan was a hell of a guy, and he was extremely wise. He looked gruff on the outside, but was extremely soft on the inside. And I vividly recall him giving some advice back then that I never ever forgot. He said, "Never corner a rat because they will hit back. Always give them a way out." At the time, of course, he was speaking about some ticklish emotional issues that confronted his council. He said it was tempting to want to crush his critics sometimes, but he realized it simply served no useful purpose to do so. He had to find a way with a solution. This type of wisdom and leadership is as much as anything as to why Pat Brennan is considered by many to be the greatest mayor we've had. It allowed him and his council to get things done. And we heard earlier from Councillor, what is his name? Councillor Norm Barr, all the many things that took place. See, I'm getting up there, folks. Yeah. So what does all this mean for the temporary use permit for us tonight? WNG needs a work camp. Everyone knows this. And the city doesn't want a work camp in town. We all know this. It strikes me that the Floatel is a good option for this purpose. While I'm not an expert, I believe it's well thought out. Unless the city has a good alternative in mind, this temporary use permit should be approved. Failure to work this out would be disruptive and invite the proponent to hit back at us and create some chaos, I would say. And you can't blame them if this was to happen. Why invite a mess when good leadership can find a solution in keeping within your bylaws and keeping things moving along? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your submission. So next up, we have Tracy Saxby, followed by Sue Brown, and then Kate McInnes. So if you'd like to, we'll sort of keep our on decks rolling through. So go ahead, Ms. Saxby.
Hi, my name's Tracy Saxby. I live in Squamish. I am the executive director of My Sea to Sky, which is a citizens group that was founded in 2014, particularly in response to our concerns about the Woodfibre LNG project. We work to defend, protect, and restore our Catsum House Sound. In 2014, the community told Woodfibre LNG that there is no housing available for its workers in Squamish. Woodfibre LNG ignored our concerns, saying, "Don't worry, we'll hire local." The community asked Woodfibre LNG to build permanent housing that could become a legacy benefit for the community. But this was always a risky boom or bust project, and Woodfibre LNG didn't want to invest when the project was so uncertain. They didn't want to pay more than $2 million in taxes, which is unrealistic and unfair. This is still a similar amount to what they're wanting to pay now. Instead, Woodfibre LNG has invested in a cheap and temporary solution that fails to leave a legacy for the community. They've cut costs at our expense. Woodfibre LNG has had 10 years to make a safe plan to house its workers, and it has failed to do so. Imagine if Woodfibre LNG had invested $100 million in affordable housing to help solve our housing crisis and demonstrate its commitment as a good corporate citizen of Squamish. Woodfibre LNG is committed to this $100 million Floatel as early as August 2023, before it had received its provincial or federal approvals in November 2023. The Floatel arrived in Vancouver in January 2024, and the company appears to be using its investment to pressure the District of Squamish to enable its unrealistic construction timelines. That's a risk that Woodfibre LNG knowingly chose to take. We have significant concerns about human rights impacts, worker safety, and traffic safety. There are no plans for waste management. There are no transparency or accountability mechanism when things go wrong, which they inevitably will. And there's no legacy benefits for the community. The impacts of the Floatel must be fully explored and understood before Council can make a decision that is in the best interests of this community, recognising that this local decision will also have regional impacts. The District of Squamish is under no obligation to approve the temporary use permit for Woodfibre LNG's Floatel. We call on you to reject the temporary use permit for Woodfibre LNG's floating work camp. We want a hometown, not a boomtown. We want you to prioritise people over projects, and we want you to stand up for human rights. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Next, we have Sue Brown.
Good evening. First, I just want to thank Council, and I want to thank Woodfibre LNG, and I want to thank everybody here today for having this important conversation. This is a conversation that needs to happen, whether it's a temporary use permit, a zoning bylaw, any other regulatory process. My name is Sue Brown. I'm a resident of Squamish, and I'm also the Director of Advocacy and Staff Lawyer at Justice for Girls. When I first learned about the FortisBC pipeline project and the Woodfibre LNG project and the work camps that were going to be coming to the community, I was horrified. I was horrified because the work that I do every day with the organization that I work for is work in communities in the north, and I travel to the north quite frequently to communities like Terrace, Kitimat, northeastern BC, Kamloops, Kelowna. And I work with teenage girls who've experienced poverty. The mandate of our organization is to advocate for the rights and equality of teenage girls who live in poverty. And much of our work focuses on violence, trafficking, and exploitation. And the unfortunate and horrifying reality is that in the communities where we work with those girls, trafficking and exploitation is happening, and it's happening in the work camps. It's happening with the workers. And the resource extractive projects in those communities are driving demand for trafficking that's exploiting teenage girls younger and younger to as young as 12. So what I learned about this project coming to Squamish, we started raising concerns, and we raised concerns about the human rights impacts and our concerns about teenage girls. And we were hoping that the community and that WLNG and the regulators would come to a sustainable and healthy solution. Unfortunately, the Floatel is not the solution that we imagined. We don't believe that this project or this Floatel is human rights compliant. We believe that there are very serious human rights implications for the workers who are going to be living on the camp. On the Floatel, and we believe that it's not necessarily going to resolve the impacts associated with violence and other human rights implications in the District of Squamish. The reality is that human rights don't happen in a vacuum. They're very complex phenomena. It's not a simple equation of add more this or add more that, and you're going to solve the human rights problems. The root causes of violence, trafficking, and exploitation are bigger systemic issues than what Woodfibre is able to solve and than what our individual regulators are able to solve, or that we're going to solve in this community together today, tonight. The human rights implications and the root causes of violence against women and girls take a much bigger and more holistic conversation and approach. And we have been advocating from the beginning that a human rights impact assessment is necessary in order to determine what the appropriate solution ought to be. And it has been our observation that Woodfibre has now had at least 4 years to have conducted a human rights impact assessment on the Floatel and to come up with a better solution. We're concerned about the workers' rights on the Floatel. We're concerned about a number of other human rights implications of the project and the Floatel. Before I end my comment, I just had a couple of questions that I was hoping council might be willing to address to staff from the CSIMP. The first is one question on, I believe it's on the bottom of page 43 or 47 of Woodfibre's CSIMP. They make reference to the fact that there are certain code of conduct violations that fall within the union agreements that Woodfibre would not be able to interfere with. And so I'm hoping council can ask a question to better understand what types of issues would fall under union agreements or violations under the code of conduct that Woodfibre would not be able to interfere with. And the second quick question that I have is with respect to the number of workers, do the number of workers on the Floatel, the 650 or the 800, count the support workers, like the people who will be providing like kitchen staff or doing other hospitality services on the hotel? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your submissions. We'll stop for see if council has any questions after another few submissions. So we have Kate McGinnis, and then on deck will be Sarah Wheatley and Sanjay Carter Rao.
Okay. Okay, thanks very much everyone for being here and caring this much about our community. My name is Kate McInnes. I live in North Yards. I'm a mother of a 4-year-old. I'm a working taxpayer. Some of my biggest concerns with the Floatel have to do with the stress that it could pose to our healthcare system. We heard Christine Kennedy say earlier that, they'll have an onboard doctor and only people who need emergency services will be taken to other hospitals and facilities. And I have a number of questions that I'm hoping that staff can look into and council will keep in their minds around the phase of the project leading up towards the end of construction, right around the time that testing all of these systems begins and commissioning begins. Because at the time of commissioning, that's when the plant is going to begin flaring. Now, for those who aren't familiar, flaring is the practice of burning off excess hydrocarbons that accrue during LNG production. And the reality is that this entire industry has an issue with credibility. Every single LNG facility that has ever been built began with all the best of intentions and all of the promises in the world. I have crunched the numbers, and the reality is that of the 21 new LNG facilities around the world that have been commissioned onshore since satellite data became available in 2012, 5 of them, so that's almost 25%, have had ongoing operational issues leading to extended periods of flaring that last anywhere from 75 days to 3 years. Why is this of concern and how does it tie into the Floatel? Well, first of all of that flaring can happen before commissioning. In Russia and Portovaya LNG, we saw that happen for 75 days before the plant was commissioned. It can happen for any number of reasons. It can happen due to interruptions in global demand. It can happen because any one of thousands of different systems fail. And when that happens, it goes into people's lungs, and those people may need emergency services. There can also be explosions that send people to emergency services, and I think everyone would agree here that our hospitals are burdened enough. So I'm just going to run quickly through the list of facilities that I've looked at that are from the last 5 to 10 years. Louisiana, Calcasieu Pass LNG flared for 115 days. Freeport LNG had a fire and explosion as a result of a pipeline rupture, taking the plant offline for 6 months. The explosion blew a couple of lifeguards off their beach chairs, and thankfully no one was killed. In Australia, Wheatstone LNG had constant flaring for 2 years with zero accountability from regulators. And Angola LNG was closed for nearly 3 years and flared 0.4 billion cubic meters of gas. So I would urge council to consider the credibility issue that this industry has, because it's always in their vested interest to claim that these facilities are safe and won't impact our communities. And it's our jobs as thinking individuals to give that a second thought. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Next, we have Sarah Wheatley. And then we have Sanjay Carter Rao on deck. And then at that point, Council, I think we'll stop and see if there's any questions from Council.
Hi, my name is Sarah Wheatley and I live here in Squamish. I'm here today to share my concerns regarding the highway safety impacts of the proposed Floatel and the lack of accountability regulations in place should traffic accidents occur as a result of the influx in workers. It's difficult for me to speak today, but I feel as if it's necessary to share my story to express the gravity of my concerns. On February 12th of this year, my partner, my sister, and I were victims of a high-speed motor vehicle accident caused by Swearis Murphy joint venture employees who are currently working under contract to FortisBC on the EGP project. While on the job, a crew vehicle consisting of 3 employees and equipment in a Ford F-350 executed an illegal and dangerous U-turn directly in front of us across the 4-lane highway just south of Shannon Falls. My partner, the driver, was forced with the choice of either driving into oncoming traffic, pushing the vehicle to our right over a cliff, or slamming into the truck head-on. With all other options being worse, we hit the cab of the truck, completely demolishing the front end of my vehicle. There was no mitigation on behalf of the crew to avoid the collision, and ICBC and the RCMP deemed the driver to be 100% at fault. Had we hit the flatbed portion of the truck, I do not believe that I would be standing here speaking with you today. Fortunately, all 3 of us survived, including my dog, and we were all taken to Squamish General via ambulance where we were treated for severe injuries, including a broken back for my sister. On top of our physical injuries, we've been left to deal with mental trauma, medical expenses, forced time off work, and other health and financial burdens. For myself, I now live with severe anxiety and PTSD, which has major impacts on my day-to-day life and my overall well-being. I wish I could stand here today and tell you that we've received a significant amount of assistance from FortisBC or their contractor for the tragedy and hardships that they have caused my family. That has not been my experience, and there is no recourse that we can take. I am deeply concerned about the increased work traffic that the Floatel will bring to Highway 99, and even though a traffic management plan has been presented, my story shows that there is no guarantee that employees will actually follow these traffic protocols and that there is no company accountability should they perform negligent traffic maneuvers causing severe injury to the public. For the safety and well-being of my friends, my family, my fellow residents, I don't see how this proposal can be approved without regulatory mechanisms in place to actually ensure that companies on this project are actually held accountable to properly assist victims should things go wrong. And I urge you to reject their proposal until this has been adequately addressed. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Again, I know it's challenging. We're going to hear some very compelling discussion tonight, but we need to remain neutral. And I think we're doing a really good job so far, everybody, but we need to hold ourselves to that as the night progresses. So next we have Sanjay Carter Rao. Am I saying that right? I feel like I'm almost. You can correct me now. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Sanjay Carter Rao. I am a resident of Squamish and the Garibaldi Highlands. I think 3 minutes rather reduces the words I can use to anecdotes and buzzwords, but I'll do the best I can to keep on the topic and within the framework that is provided. For the past 5 years, I was a teacher here in town, giving all the energy I had to help guide the growth of those who will inherit the consequences of our decisions here today. It is for them and all of our non-human connections that I am compelled to speak this evening. The children who are now stepping into this world may not know glaciers, and winter itself could recede into myth. Already summer has morphed into fire season. Salmon are choking in the drying streams, and the mighty cedars are withering from the drought. Nothing exists in isolation. As a teacher, I had to answer hard questions about the changes our planet was undergoing. Once sitting with an inconsolable 6-year-old whose heartfelt hysterics were brought on by the extinction of his favorite animal. He asked me why humans did awful things to the animals and to the ecosystems, and I told him not all humans, and we spent the next weeks learning about individuals and groups who worked to leave the place better than they found it. We discovered the Squamish Children's Charter that says, I have a right to a clean environment, including fresh air and fresh water. And I think that the scope of a claim like that is far into the future, far beyond 3 years that this permit would permit this project to engage in. All that being said, climate change is not a blameless phenomenon, nor is it something we can hide from behind greenwashing ad campaigns. And with all this clearly before our eyes in 2024, there are those who like to divide, who see the world through narrow lenses, keeping their perspectives comfortably small so as not to get overwhelmed by the ceaseless cascade that a single choice makes. Often these small minds fixate on money and believe we should fall in line for their economic imperatives. We need to remember that we can say no to that which harms us. At this time, the world needs new imaginings, not old mistakes. And it is toward these quixotic imaginations of our shared future that I will devote my remaining 60 seconds. I have ghostwritten a letter for council to send unedited at their leisure. We, the elected mayor and council of the District of Squamish, reject the kind but egregiously short-sighted offer from Woodfibre LNG to build a compression and export facility of fracked methane gas in the UNESCO Biosphere Reserve of Akatsamhow Sound. We have conducted a district-wide plebiscite in which 80% of the citizenry voted overwhelmingly in favor of preserving our world-renowned natural places. We do not want your ugly cruise ship, sinister flare stack, and massive tankers carrying a dirty fuel the world does not want or need. Sorry for all your wasted effort. Squamish says no LNG. Signed, Mayor and Council. Now, I know that I am not a politician or a bureaucrat, so I will leave it to you to interpret that in the proper terminology, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. And so next, I'll call the next three, and then I'll go to council and see if there's any questions, just so folks can make their way towards the mic. So we have Roberta J. Williams, Dave Nabby, and Owen Finn are the next three speakers. And I'll go to council. Council, do you have any questions based on submissions we've heard so far, or anything that they triggered for you? Yeah, Councillor Penningill, go ahead.
Yeah, we heard from the proponent about significant amount of engagement. I don't have a lot of recollection of Floatel specific public engagement. I know there are some work group things and things where it's sort of controlled attendance engagement. Does staff have, and I apologize, I didn't think to ask this ahead, but a record or a log of open public engagement focused on the Floatel?
So through the chair, I was just conferring with my colleague. In terms of engagement log, the only engagement log would have been at the time of decision that's published through the EAO as part of the amendment. We don't have a log about the engagement with community specifically provided to the district concerning the Floatel.
Okay, thank you. And then, and again, these are coming up in the discussion, so I apologize, I didn't think to ask before. Does staff know, during the Olympics, we had a Floatel for workers from the Olympics. Do we know if that was a council choice to accept that, or was that imposed on the municipality, or do we know how that came to be?
Through the chair, for that Floatel for the Olympics, the zoning was already in place to allow for a cruise ship to be docked in that specific location.
Okay, and maybe this is something that council should have asked a while ago, but has there been any, because I've been hearing in the news and various conferences about, sort of Whistler and Vancouver celebrating the legacy housing they saw out of the Olympics and how that's impacted them with some of the long-term impacts of the Olympics. Have we done, or are we aware of any sort of analysis that compares and contrasts a community such as ours that used a Floatel versus communities that went with longer-term approaches for housing for a temporary event, which can have long-term consequences? I assume that's something we just haven't had a chance to look at yet, but maybe I'm wrong there.
Through the chair, Typically for Olympic events, there's always an athletes village that is built. It is a requirement of the International Olympic Committee. While doing our research for this project, we haven't been able to find any examples where legacy housing was built for an industrial project of this type. It's usually living out allowances or work camps such as this.
If I could add,
go ahead.
One thing to consider in this case is the amount of leverage a local government such as district has in a project like this. You know, if there was, if this project required land use approval, then the district would obviously negotiate things such as legacy housing, which would be a preferable approach, absolutely. But in this case, it's a major industrial project, and we have very little leverage over over different components of it.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor, and then I'm going to Councillor Greenlaw.
Yes, I'll follow up on that because as I read the EAO condition, it gives them the ability to house workers and requires them to house them on the flotel. And so if we weren't comfortable, we would have an opportunity to figure something out with the province. There's no guarantee we would necessarily like what that is, or, you know, we might be able to have a better conversation in theory. Is that accurate? Or if, because I think some of what I'm hearing is a suggestion if we turn down a flotel, it would be live out allowances and so on. But as I read the EAO certificate, that actual eventuality isn't currently permitted in this certificate. We'd have to sort of figure something else out. Is that correct?
Through the chair, we don't know what the alternative would be. It's not within our jurisdiction, so it would be up to the EAO office to establish another condition, and what that condition would be is unknown at this time.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, in consideration of the comments made by Ms. Brown with regards to the staffing of the flotel maintenance and support staff and the housing for them, can staff comment as to how many personnel will be living aboard, or sorry, of this personnel will be living aboard the flotel, and how many people will be traveling between the flotel and I guess Site B on a regular basis?
Sorry, through the chair, yes. Currently, there are 50 staff that will be servicing the flotel. All of those staff will be living aboard. In the case of ancillary service providers, they would not be permitted as a condition of the draft permit to transit to and from Site B.
And just as a follow-up to that, but there are still members who will be living in community and going to and from the site, correct? And can we get a number on that and the frequency of traveling to site, please?
Through the chair, yes, there will be other workers that live in Squamish who will be residing to site. Estimates right now at the peak amount would be 48 people traveling within a day during the study hour, so specifically in the hours that the TIA analyzed. And that includes people from living in Squamish who work at site. So, for example, WLNG employees who live in Squamish but commute to site every day for work, as well as visitors. So it could be other regulators or other people who do not live in Squamish but need to go to site for the day. And then also I'm drawing a blank, but there was another, contractors, other contractors that would not be, let's call them specialty contractors. They made an allowance for a small amount of not permanent specialty contractors, let's call them, that would be in for a day and out for a day, or in and out in the same day, for example. Does that make sense?
Yes, and that has me wondering, would those be contractors who live in our community and who would be, basically, would this be an economic benefit for our community for current residents?
Through the chair, potentially. It did not, I don't believe the TIA went into that level of detail It was just giving estimates on numbers to be able to apply to the TIA for the purpose of traffic modeling.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have something for this, Ms. Mogan? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I just wanted to clarify that worker movements to and from Site B to the site itself isn't contemplated as part of the TUP analysis. The TIA does address that. However, that is broader than the TUP application itself.
Okay. Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks very much. There was another question from Ms. Brown regarding codes of conduct and union agreements. It seems to me like this is a case of dual jurisdiction over somebody's behavior on the work site. Do we have any insight, and this might not be a question that we can answer, do we have any insight as to which agreement would take precedence, a code of conduct or a union agreement? And let me specify, for a contract worker on the Woodfibre site.
Thank you through the chair. Staff are unable to specify which one would be take precedence over the other.
Okay, thank you. So I will go now. I'll go back to the public, and I might have misspoken a little bit earlier. We have David Wilson next, and then Roberta J. Williams, and then Dave Nabby, and then Owen Fitt. So we're looking for David Wilson, please. And my apologies for almost missing you on the list.
Anytime. Good evening, Mayor Herford, Squamish Council members, district staff, and hearing attendees. My name is David Wilson. I've been a resident of the Sea to Sky corridor for over 30 years, and 18 of them here as a resident in Squamish, Brackendale specifically. My primary area of concern is how the Floatel does not fit within the District of Squamish official community plan. Within the documentation provided through the public hearing notice on the municipality's website, Woodfibre's LNG document project description in section A12 positions how they see the temporary use permit and therefore the Floatel fit within the OCP. The first point outlined is minimizing the district's fiscal responsibility for providing municipal services to temporary workers' accommodations as associated with the construction of the Woodfibre facility. That sounds wonderful, until you read the official community plan section, 9.5a as they reference, and it reads, ensure the fiscally responsible provision of municipal services and minimize infrastructure life cycle costs. Any cost associated with the temporary extending of infrastructure would surely be offloaded to the proponent and not be absorbed by the District of Squamish. Therefore, I view this as having no weight in aligning with the official community plan. The second point in the same section is reducing the use of single occupancy vehicles by providing on-site accommodations to workers during construction, citing again section 2013 in the OCP, which actually addresses alternate transportation options. And while reducing single occupancy vehicle use is part of it, goals of the section are to support moving away from fossil fuels and encourage and prioritize affordable and accessible transportation options and alternatives. Something the Floatel, should it be approved, does nothing for the community. The interesting thing here, as I understand it, is that the proposed workers will mostly be flying in and out on a 2-week on, 1 week off schedule, with the majority of the workers likely coming from Asia. This is to say, the workers would not likely have single-use vehicles to begin with should they be within our community, making this seemingly positive aspect of the temporary use permit a moot point. I know I'm beginning to run out of time, and I've only been able to address 2 of the 6 specific points in that document that Woodfibre LNG has submitted as evidence that the Floatel fits within the official community plan. My hope is that I have at least been able to begin to show that Woodfibre LNG and its temporary use permit submission is nothing more than sleight of hand and trickery, hoping to dazzle the council, the district, and the residents of Squamish. I ask that council deny the Woodfibre LNG temporary use permit for the Floatel based on the fact that they are not telling whole truths or trying to hide behind other documents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your submission. So next we have Roberta J. Williams.
Good evening, everyone. Chach minwaha tinsiai, tiautana kwishamansna. Good evening. My name is Jackie Williams. I was born and raised here in Squamish territory. My ancestors lived here prior to contact. I'm a daughter of a hereditary chief, Sioption Chief Richard Billy. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak about the temporary use permit for Woodfibre LNG. Can a temporary use permit be reduced to a yearly basis? It states that the Floatel will house from 400 to 650 workers beginning in 2024 to 2027. How many workers are there right now, and how many are living in our community? It states that the workers will be rotated out every 14 days. Will the workers return to their communities, or are they going to take up residence here in Squamish? I believe there are workers living in town as we speak for both WLNG and Fortis. Will the staff working for WLNG be required to move to the Floatel? Because I know there are staff that are living here in Squamish now. For the workers who are local residents, I see that there's going to be transported out from West Bar leased area. I guess I should ask how many locals have been hired. Is the docking area set up properly to move the workers from Squamish to WLNG? The parking area I am concerned with, the dust that will accumulate from the workers going to and from this area, how it will affect Squamish residents. I drove down there about 4:20 p.m. today, and I'm definitely concerned about the traffic going out on the West Bar area and across the road where the Fortis workers come out from the Forest Service Road. Just so you know, I'm not going to stop till I'm done reading this. I seen your sign. The Fortis workers come out from the Forest Service Road. Should you be discussing a traffic light in this area? I go down to Squamish daily at different times, and I'm in awe of how the house sound has come back to life, thanks to many groups who have made this possible. With the herring coming back, there's an influx of sea lions in Squamish. I hear them every day. There's sea lions, seals, ducks, herring, and a resident eagle. How are we going to protect those who can't speak for themselves? How will they be impacted by the West Bar docking area for local workers? Let's not forget that we are in a climate crisis. We must begin the process of moving away from fossil fuels. Economic benefits at the cost of what? I am a Squamish Nation member and was not in favor of this project then, and I'm not in favor now. We don't have a magic ball to say that our Indigenous women and vulnerable members living in the Squamish area are not going to be impacted by WLNG. I'm asking District Council to seriously consider approving this temporary permit. Make WLNG come up with better solutions to protect the community. And I would like to thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to say my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission. Next, we have Dave Nabby. I haven't seen yet this evening, so we will move on to Owen Finn.
Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you on this important topic. I'm Owen Finn. I'm a 40-year resident of Howe Sound. And as most people here know, I am one of the co-founders of the NGO My Sea to Sky, who has consistently argued for better terms than this project. Anyhow, I have several concerns which I think should be mooted here about the granting of this TUP. I'm going to go through two in detail, but I list all 6 of them that I have here. The first is lack of any details about a waste management plan for the Floatel. Indeed concerned. This is a Swiat, and this is Katsum, and this is also UN Biosphere Reserve we're talking about. The second being the threat posed to the Floatel, which I haven't heard mooted tonight, and the District of Squamish of the Henriette Lake Dam. Third is the unresolved matter of property taxes. We still haven't resolved that after 10 years of effort. And I have here Woodfibre's first effort in 2014 to offer this town $2 million by way of property taxes. I think it's a little larger than that. The fourth is the inadequacies of the traffic management plan, particularly in regard to the crossing between the Mount Crom Forest Service Road, Highway 99, and Site B. As an uncontrolled intersection, or there's no light or traffic lights there, it's a hazard. And you've heard earlier an accident that has already occurred that makes the point. The fifth would be because of concern for, I also live in Vancouver part-time, and the concern of other municipalities that this locale for where in the Lower Mainland will the water taxi service bringing 200 or so employees a week to the Floatel, where will that originate? Because it will have to deal with parking and the impact on traffic. And last but not least, when the noise estimate was done for this project, it did not have the air cooling that is there now. These are pretty noisy fans sitting on top of the cooling towers, and they will certainly add to the noise and the discomfort of Britannia Beach residents. Unspecified waste management plans under the conditions of the environmental certificate. Woodfibre is required to file a waste management plan dealing how waste, sewage, and grey water, etc., are handled. They have not done that, not certainly to your or my satisfaction. Typically, cruise ships are not allowed to discharge waste into the ocean environment, and if they are, under strict conditions, they have to be traveling 3 kilometers or more offshore. That's federal law. Without any details of how over 1,000 tons a week of solid and liquid waste is going to be dealt with from this, I would not, in your shoes, approve any TUP. The second item, the Henriette Lake Dam sits about 800 meters pretty well vertically above the Woodfibre site. It contains many millions of tons of stored water, and it is a hazard. The condition 31 of the BC Energy Regulator says that Woodfibre has to bring it up to seismic standards before operating the LNG plant. And they have not, to my knowledge, done that. While if District of Squamish is going to issue a work permit for building permit for this plant, they stand exposed liability-wise to a break because the outflow, debris flow from that dam would come directly down Woodfibre Creek right to the tail end of where the Floatel is proposed to be housed with 650 unsuspecting residents. So I'll deal with the other issues
you've reached
later.
Yeah, thank you. You've reached time. If you could just wrap it up, and we'll.
Yeah. So basically, I'm calling for you. You really shouldn't approve this TUP as it stands until you have a lot more information and Woodfibre complies with the whole results of the process that we've been through for the last 10 years. This is not a good relationship. It's not starting off well. It better end well, or else this council will forever have to sustain the criticism from the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your submission. So next we have Ankit Sharma, Roy Ramage, and then Chad Hooper. So that'll be our next three. So first we're looking for Ankit. And if Roy and Chad are here, if they could make their way towards the microphones, it'll help keep us the event moving this evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ankit Sharma. I'm a resident of Squamish, currently residing in Valleycliff. I'm here to voice my deep concerns regarding the Floatel and the broader Woodfibre LNG project. I find it very concerning that Woodfibre hasn't released their gender and cultural safety plan yet. The correlation between fossil fuel projects and the violence in the communities is heavily documented, and the data confirms that violence against women and girls increases near LNG sites, which disproportionately affects teenage girls, particularly racialized and indigenous girls. I find Woodfibre LNG's lack of transparency to be very troubling. And being said that, the notion of confining workers to a Floatel and imposing a prison-like strict restrictions raises serious concerns about exacerbating feeling of exclusion amongst the workers and the social tensions in the community. The social exclusion often breeds frustration and resentment, which can escalate into act of violence. This environment can lead to perpetual anxiety and stress in the community. I'm not in support for housing the workers in the community either, but I would like to request the council to do its own holistic assessment on potential social impact of this assessment of this Floatel arrangement in our community before approving this proposal, and ask Woodfibre to provide appropriate mitigations. Lastly, just looking at the bigger picture, in an era where urgent climate action is needed to drastically reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, investing in projects like Woodfibre LNG and supporting associated pipelines perpetuates harmful extraction methods and exacerbates the climate crisis. According to District of Squamish, the projected annual emissions from Woodfibre is greater than the emissions from the rest of the Squamish community combined. And that doesn't even include the emissions, the upstream emissions at the resource extraction sites. So I would like the district to take a step back and assess its impact on Squamish's community climate action plan going forward. And one last thing, in the previous council meeting, an option was proposed about approving a short-term permit with the possibility of renewal. I would like to call it as like a classic issue with tackling climate change where we shift responsibilities onto future governments, and it raises serious questions about accountability. This is an opportunity for the Council of Squamish to demonstrate a leadership in the broader climate emergency context. And we all know once a project like this, of this magnitude begins, reversing its effects become increasingly challenging, if not impossible. And we cannot afford to gamble with the future of our community and our climate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next on my list is Roy Ramage. I'm not seeing Roy or someone standing up to be Roy. Okay, so I will go down the list to Chad Hooper.
Hi, Council. I will keep this to just under 3 minutes and respect your time a great deal here. Thanks for hearing me today. My name's Chad Hooper, and my family and I live in North Yards. My wife Shannon and I have been fortunate enough to raise our 12-year-old daughter, Elsie, here in Squamish. These are exciting and trepidatious times for her as she prepares to venture into the unknown and scary world of middle school. These are, as a parent, I can tell you, there are many concerns that keep us up nights around successfully and safely navigating this with her. The challenges young girls are up against with the advent of smartphones and social media, as a father, is sobering. As I educate myself around the current risks in our community around human trafficking, I realize we never really left the big city. The threat in Squamish, under the current conditions, is real and exists. Being so close to a world destination like Whistler certainly has its drawbacks in this regard. When I read the 2019 report from ONWA, the Ontario Native Women's Association, I became further concerned for her safety. ONWA has identified significant concerns with the relationship between violence against Indigenous women and resource extraction. Many of the communities in ONWA's northern regions are directly impacted by government-supported resource extraction activities such as mining and forestry. Frequently, these activities involve the establishment of temporary man camps near Indigenous communities. Man camps are defined as temporary housing facilities constructed for predominantly male workers on resource development projects. Research that has been undertaken in this area demonstrates a correlation between the violent victimization of women and the socioeconomic changes created by the presence of extractive industries in proximity to the First Nations communities. Reports by First Peoples worldwide and the U.S. Department of State show that in areas where extractive industries operate, women and girls experience higher rates of gender-based violence, including sex trafficking and intimate partner violence. Sexual violence is disproportionately targeted towards teenage girls, particularly racialized and Indigenous girls. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is the main source of human rights protection in Canada and applies to municipalities and their actions. Section 7 of the Charter states, everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person and the right to not be deprived thereof except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. You guys have a very difficult decision to make, and I don't envy you. I ask that you vote against the TUP tonight, and I wish you us all wisdom and pause in making this decision. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your submission. So next we have Mike Sheehan, Rania Dubé, and Lee Dufty.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Mike Sheehan. I live just around the corner in Ravenswood. I'm the founder and president of BC Marine Logistics, or BCML, and I'm also a volunteer member of the Royal Canadian Marine Search and Rescue here in town for 13 years. BCML is a Squamish Nation recognized company with a joint venture in place with the nation. And I'm happy to see some of my colleagues here with the nation, and I raise my hands. It was wonderful to hear Chief Dale's comments as well. BCML has over 30 employees who live in Squamish and their families. Our team is comprised of highly trained rescue and emergency response personnel, paramedical professionals, and commercial mariners. I'm here on behalf of my team to voice our support to approve the temporary use permit and allow the Floatel to be moored at the Woodfibre site. It has been my experience in the last 6 or 7 years that Woodfibre has consistently shown that the organization is committed to engaging the community and listening to the concerns. This flotel is a direct result of that consultation process. This flotel should absolutely be approved, and that is my position. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
I'm Rania Dubé. I live in Garibaldi Highlands. The following are my main concerns about the flotel. 1. Since reading the updated staff report, I believe that the community hasn't been given enough time to go over the report in conjunction to the OCP bylaws and all the other documentation concerning this matter. 2. Why has the community only been invited by WLNG to 1 3-week consultation period about the flotel in 2019? And since then, they've had multiple meetings about this with various stakeholders apart from our community. 3. WLNG was given the opportunity to build legacy housing since 2014, and they chose to invest in a flotel instead of investing in our community. 4. WLNG bought this flotel without having permits and are now pressuring the municipality when they continue to have a number of pending and unapproved permits. 5. I don't believe the municipality has taken into account the cumulative impact of the project, and I believe from the short amount of time I've had to read the report that this project doesn't line up with our OCP. 6. I believe the process with which the municipality is taking this critical decision to issue this permit is not clearly outlined for the public to understand how the decision is being made. 7. With regards to the missing assessments, I would point out that we are still missing a hazard assessment, cumulative effects assessment. So how can we approve a project when we haven't clearly outlined the cumulative impact of the project? As spoken about before, I would point to a 2010 report outlined that the Henriette Lake Dam, which is located upstream of Woodfibre and in line with the flotel, was deemed deficient to resist an earthquake. Please note, Squamish has already experienced 12 earthquakes over a magnitude of 2 since the beginning of 2024. So what measures have been put in place if the dam was to break? This would impact the flotel, potentially harming workers and not to mention possibly damaging the pipeline. Is there a health and safety plan in place if this were to happen, and who is liable if it does? Woodfibre LNG was made aware of this report in 2015 and has since done nothing to remediate this and are now locating their employees in front of the dam. To me, this looks like their economic gains comes before the safety of their workers. Also, in 2023, Woodfibre LNG was issued a warning that the project was not compliant with the environmental assessment certificate notification. So how can we trust them when they're already breaching rules? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your submission. So next we have Lee Dufty, Julie Malcolm. So Lee Dufty and Julie Malcolm. Oh, go ahead.
Good evening. I would like to thank the Squamish Council for organizing this public meeting and the people who have attended to become more informed about the Woodfibre LNG flotel. However, the lack of an option to participate virtually tonight eliminates the voices of community members unable to attend for health, mobility, or other issues. All options for community input must be provided as per section 8.4 of the Squamish OCP. I'm speaking tonight to give voice to the children and youth of Squamish whose opinions and concerns are commonly overlooked. The legacy of Woodfibre LNG will impact their future. The Squamish Children's Charter, created in 2016 with the help of hundreds of children, was integrated into Squamish 2040 and the official community plan update. The charter serves to apply a child and family lens to municipal policies and programs. Decisions are to be made in the best interests of children and youth, and that children will have a voice in decisions that are relevant to and impact them. Further, Objective 8.3 of the Squamish OCP suggests that the district is committed to maintain a two-way dialogue with all citizens, including children and youth. Woodfibre LNG has failed to offer Squamish children and youth their voice on any aspect of their industry. The rights of our children and youth are equal and similar to adult rights. Significantly, the right to feel safe and to have trust in their leaders and those around them. Woodfibre LNG hasn't publicly released its gender and cultural safety plan. There's been no opportunity to date to provide input from the community. Will Council support their goal to create healthy and safe communities and delay the Floatel TUP until all information has been provided and discussed? The Squamish Charter states that children and youth have the right to recreate, explore, and play in a clean environment, including fresh air and fresh water. Will LNG provide data for the long-term effects of the Floatel, the effluent discharged into the house sound biosphere, or to our air quality from the methane emitted by gas flaring? Children, youth, and the community as a whole need answers to these questions, followed by the opportunity to voice any concerns. The Squamish Charter also states that our children and youth have the right to express themselves, to have a voice, to speak out, and be included. Woodfibre LNG has failed at this point in time to offer Squamish children and youth their voice. This is a violation of their rights. Will Squamish Council make available an avenue for our youth to be included in discussions to listen to their concerns? World-renowned environmentalist David Suzuki, during a recent visit to Vancouver, also expressed concern that children and youth voices were being left out of the discussion. He stated that going into the future, they are the ones who will bear the brunt of any negative air and or water outcomes of an LNG plant. In a be careful what you wish for moment, he asked our Premier, David Eby, to carefully consider the potential impacts to his two young children from the LNG operation. Squamish Council, I implore you to honor and uphold your children's Charter of Rights. As forward-thinking leaders of the community, delay the Floatel TUP until Woodfibre LNG has provided all necessary documentation and heard from the Squamish youth.
Thank you for your submission. One thing I just want to pick up on there for those watching or maybe have more to say than the 3 minutes. We are taking submissions while the written submissions from anyone in the audience or at home during the proceedings here. So if anyone that couldn't make it here tonight for all the reasons we can't be everywhere, there is that option available, and I would encourage you to use it. We would like to hear from you. So now we will go to Julie Malcolm. The floor is yours.
My name's Julie Malcolm. I live and work downtown Squamish. I'd like to thank you, Mayor and Council, for listening to the public. This is verification that we are indeed participating municipally in a democracy, a functioning democracy. I'm here to report from Squamish South. Several months ago, a school of anchovy moved through the waters of Gibson's, Horseshoe Bay, and Howe Sound in what the Vancouver Sun called profound numbers. These anchovy are normally centered off the coast of California and came north like many species in search of cooler ocean temperatures. The anchovy were followed into Howe Sound by sea lions, orcas, and dolphins. The sea lions stayed and have been barking incessantly at the mouth of the Mamquam Blind Channel ever since. In fossil fuel extraction proposals, the sea lions, orca, and dolphins are classified as environment, but they're in fact sentient creatures who have been subject to warming and the acidification of the ocean, the wood fire smoke, and the extensive mollusk kills under the heat dome. They're certainly aware of the increase in crew boat traffic and industrial activity at the Woodfibre site. They likely have generational knowledge of environmental the environmental degradation that follows. Despite the climate and species extinction crisis, the provincial government, the official opposition, and the fossil fuel industry have collectively been pursuing wood fiber LNG in the name of economy for a decade. All that's left is to oppose temporary use permits individually. Taken as a whole, permits for the release of untreated effluent, increased underwater noise, and the potential for pollution by the Floatel will be detrimental to sentient life and Howe Sound. I hope the Mayor and Council will consider the misinformation and previous behavior on the part of both provincial government and Woodfibre LNG when considering the temporary use permit for the Floatel.
Thank you for your submission. Council, we've had a few submissions since we last stopped. Are there any questions that have been triggered for anyone? I have one. I've heard a little bit about some concerns about the cumulative impact, and that can mean many things. Specifically, I'll pick up. I know through my time on council, we've been trying to get the two parts of this project to sort of present joint plans to speak to each other. Could you speak to the coordination of maybe traffic impacts or other areas? I know there's another TUP coming for a temporary workforce accommodation for Fortis. Have there been opportunity to look at this in a cumulative way or a coordinated way, or how has that been approached?
Through the chair, the cumulative assessment has been primarily in individual documents that have been provided by the applicant concerning the TUP. An example would be the traffic impact assessment, whereby district staff requested cumulative traffic counts related to both projects. In addition to that, there has been some mitigation around Fortis temporary workforce accommodation for 2024, whereby Fortis and WLNG have agreed to look at accommodation on the Floatel to mitigate potential worker impacts within the community for the Fortis project. Beyond that, the TUP application has primarily been focused on the applicant's information on its own regarding the project, the WLNG project.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. It was mentioned when talking about the Floatel used for the Olympics that the port was zoned for cruise ships. Is that still the case? And if so, why has the applicant not applied for a position, or do you know why the applicant may not have applied for putting their Floatel in an area that's already zoned?
Through the chair, I believe that the zoning for the port is still in place for a cruise ship. I don't have an answer as to why WLNG didn't decide to use the port facility. The Olympics was a short window, perhaps a month. I don't know the time period for that vessel, but for a 3-year window to have the Floatel at the Squamish terminals, it would have had a big impact on their business.
You're okay for now, Councillor Hamilton? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, there's been a number of requests and clarification around the gender and cultural safety plan, which I appreciate as a requirement of the EAO certificate. However, Condition 24 of the EA speaks to public consultation and requires the proponent to consult and engage the public on site-specific mitigation measures and all the plans to be developed. Staff are proposing in their recommendation that the TUP be approved following the Gender and Cultural Safety Plan approval by the Environmental Assessment Office. But we haven't seen public consultation on that plan. And so what leverage do we have in order to actually ensure that that plan receives public consultation?
Thank you for the question through the chair. The EAO requires consultation to occur as per the development conditions that have been outlined in the EAC amended certificate. If the consultation is not deemed adequate through the EAO's assessment, the EAO can require the applicant to amend their plan, essentially, based on the requirements of consultation. The district has provided feedback on the plan itself to the EAO, and that feedback has been received by the applicant. It is dependent on outreach from the community and organizations to the EAO concerning the requirement for consultation.
Thank you. As a follow-up, we have, as a district, as a council, continuously raised the fact that the standard on public consultation hasn't been met. That's across the Community Services and Infrastructure Management Plan, previous comments on the Gender and Cultural Safety Plan, to no avail. And so I'm curious why we would entertain approving a TUP at this point based on approval by an EAO for the Gender and Cultural Safety Plan when we haven't seen that level of public consultation being approved by the EAO to date.
Thank you for the question through the chair. The assessment of the Gender and Cultural Safety Plan is not part of the TUP application review. However, the requirement to have all permits, authorizations, certificates approved that are related to the operations of such a vessel are required as a condition. Therefore, the approval of such a plan would be required before any issuance of the permit.
I'll let you ponder that, Councillor Stoner. We'll have another opportunity. I'm going to go to, before I go to Councillor Pettingill, who has a question, I thought I'd get our next speakers lined up for us. So Jeremy Vallerette, Tim Turner, and Chief Ian Campbell are the next three speakers. And I'll go to Councillor Pettingill for your question. And no offense, Councillor Pettingill, I'm going to get a drink of water while you ask your question, but I'll be listening.
Thanks. I'm going to pick up, I think, on, well, I take staff's response on the last question. Is it possible for us to include a condition that the community reviews and we can receive and consider some feedback on the gender and safety plan before we consider adoption of the TUP?
Apologies for the delay. Through the chair. It's outside of the district's jurisdiction to direct how the plan is approved or the conditions on which the plan is approved. It's only within the Environmental Assessment Office's jurisdiction to be able to direct how the plan is developed and consultation takes place. It would be within the jurisdiction of the district to provide feedback as part of the condition as it is written by the EAC.
So if I can push back on that a little bit, when I read our OCP, there's a lot of language around safe communities, community well-being. We have development guidelines where we decide where lighting goes, how roads are oriented and so on to keep a community safe. We fund the police and there's all kinds of guidance on things we do when residential developments and the design are in our control. So is it not reasonable for us to sort of say we would take a gender and safety plan as our understanding that given this is a unique situation, this unique situation has a similar effect of what we would normally do. And so that would be our requirement. Is that not reasonable for us to do for those reasons?
Through the chair, staff cautions against considering the Gender Cultural Safety Plan as part of the TUP, given Section 484 and 487 of the Local Government Act and the District of Squamish Land Development Procedures Bylaw number 2632, 2018. Both talk about development application information, and this information is limited to A, transportation patterns including traffic flow, B, local infrastructure, C, public facilities including schools and parks, D, community services, and E, the natural environment of the affected area.
Okay, I'll leave that there because there's other guidance from the province which feels to me contradicts that, but I'll set that aside for now. We've heard that I think one of the primary selling points of this is to avoid impacts of sexual violence and it's been less talked about, but addictions in the community that come along with work camps. But have we looked at, has there been any discussion or analysis of is there any evidence or independent expert-based analysis that suggests a floatel versus another form of work camp actually makes any kind of meaningful difference on these issues?
Through the chair, staff does not have an answer for that question.
Okay. And one last one while I have a chance, if I can. There was a question about that piqued my ear. Does the amendment as written, and looking at it, I can't tell clearly, but does it preclude workers who aren't on shift from staying in the community rather than going back home to wherever home is? So they're not sort of on their shift, they're not working. So when they're working, they have to be on the floatel. But if they're not working, can they transition into community housing? Is there anything in the current amendment certificate which prevents that?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, as per the conditions, residents prior to September 2023 can reside in the District of Squamish. Workers that were not residents must be residing on the floatel for the duration of the construction period. The district, it is our understanding that staff's understanding that if a worker that is brought from the Lower Mainland by vessel and returned to the Lower Mainland by vessel chooses to travel to the community, it would be unlikely that the condition to disallow them to be in the community during such time off duty would apply. I don't know that they would necessarily have residence here, but if they were traveling here, for instance, as an example, with their family on a vacation and chose to stay in the District of Squamish, I don't believe that the condition prevents those workers from being within the community.
So sorry, if I can clarify, if part of the workforce is, say, from Quebec or something, are we sure that the language means, yeah, sure, when they're sort of during their shift, they have to be on the floatel, but those 2 weeks when they're off shift, can they, rent a place in Squamish, or do they have to go back to Quebec or rent a place in Vancouver or something?
Again, through the chair, the condition is that workers may not reside in the community during the construction period. However, people themselves are not necessarily regulated by, their transiting to and from the community when they are not working on the project. I don't know if that clarifies.
Okay. We'll go back to the public comments now. Jeremy Valret.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Valeriot, resident of Whistler, representing the BC Green Party as the candidate for West Vancouver Sea to Sky in the 2024 provincial election. First off, just want to say this is restoring my faith in the public hearing process. So thank you to Mayor and Council and staff for setting the tone. And I think it says a lot about the community that we can have a civil exchange of views about this. So I've followed this project for a long time. I used to live on the shores of Howe Sound. As the 2020 BC Green candidate, I heard from hundreds of people who oppose this. More of the same 4 years later. 4 more years of fires, floods, species loss, human health impacts, climate migration, and human deaths, unfortunately. So my primary concern is wildfire in this valley. We know why it's happening, and we need to transition from burning the fossil fuels that are causing it. I will move on now to the Floatel. So from my point of view, it's a textbook example of number one, divide and conquer. So we're isolating one small part of a massive complex project with limited or no consultation, and we're being forced, I feel for mayor and council, are being forced to make a decision on it. Number two is bait and switch. We know from communities that have experienced these resource projects that we should double the number of workers that are being estimated. So specialty contractors, other forms of contractors, whether it's 800 or 850, we know they'll be coming to the community. So the Floatel isn't likely the silver bullet. So an example of a transnational company dictating to a community. There's no range of options presented. This is being dropped in your lap. Take it or leave it. How do we know if it's the best option? Staff have said that conversations on legacy housing went nowhere because they didn't have the leverage to enforce them. So this is a lost opportunity to earn social license and demonstrate corporate social responsibility and leave a positive legacy once the industrial use becomes obsolete, which won't be long. So our gas is exported offshore to be burned elsewhere. Most of the profits flow offshore and much of the economic activity as well. We get to keep the ill health, the environmental contamination, and the industrial infrastructure of the past. So although this public hearing is the first opportunity for public input in years, I'm concerned that the staging of this is strategic in letting this Floatel TUP take much of the heat, no pun intended for those of you who are sweating. As the mayor mentioned, there are further TUPs to come that are likely more tenuous. So Mayor and Council, I urge you to not deny this, to send a message that this is not your vision for the future of Squamish. And a reminder to all that there are future TUPs that this council will have to consider to enable Fortis to build its pipeline. I really appreciate your work in making this decision. It's a tough place to be. I've seen public hearings that are much less polite than this, so I think it's a good, healthy conversation. But I also encourage everybody in this room not to give up if they disagree with the end result of this, and to carry on, as there's a lot more process to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Next, we have Tim Turner and then Chief Ian Campbell. Oh, and actually we'll stop after, staff has a point of clarification to some earlier questions that we'll do after your submission. So go ahead, the floor is yours.
Good evening, all. My name is Tim Turner, a southern neighbor of yours living in Gibsons. Like many of you, at Ketchum House Sound is my home. Its wild spirit is precious to me. I have rooted here for over 35 years, have looked out from its southwestern shore across the island mountaintops where this inlet meets the Salish Sea. In all these many years of living, working, and raising family here, I know that this geography, with its many wild delights, did most of the nurturing. We have all been elevated by these wild energies and life forces that remain largely intact. Being in the company of whales, salmon, sea lions, and herring makes us more resilient. It strengthens our resolve to create a livable future. It's spring 2024, and we are all acutely aware of the chaotic climate mood swings that are savaging our forests and oceans, flooding our rivers, and costing us billions just to manage the damage. It is a slow motion catastrophe begging the question, what do we do now? The simple answer is inescapable. Stop throwing gas on this fire that is cooking us and our children's hopes for a better tomorrow. The science could not be clearer. No new fossil fuel infrastructure anywhere. No new carbon bombs masquerading as green energy. In short, no Woodfibre LNG. Greenlighting this insanity more than doubles the amount of greenhouse gas spewing in at Ketchum House Sound each year. That would be a serious, life-changing climate crime, and we would be complicit. So vote no, not just to the Floatel, but to every one of the other heads of this multi-headed climate monster. And spare me that this is a done deal. It has only got this far because of corporate arrogance and their bullying tactics on the public and the elected municipal council. The government of British Columbia can also take responsibility as well as other powerful allies for supporting this. Despite all their talk of clean BC, the provincial government knows this new GNG mega project at Woodfibre will serve up yet another wrecking ball into the only climate stability we have left. There is no benefit here, just deep costs for the rest of our lives and our children's lives. Can we not do better? Be better? I am a grandparent of 3 wondrous souls, a 5, 3, and a 2-year-old who all live here on the shores of this magnificent arm of the Salish Sea. I simply can't and won't imagine a future for them of giant oversized carbon bombs floating past their homes, a potent reminder of our short-sightedness and disconnect from the greatest challenge we've ever faced. Ketchum House Sound continues to provide natural sanctuary for us all. It has already paid an enormous ecological price, but now it's in recovery, thanks to the efforts of many, making it a great story of restoration for us all. Were Woodfibre LNG ever built, that story of renewal would end and mark the beginning of yet another long nightmare for life in the Sound. We all have a responsibility to think and do better. Woodfibre LNG does not belong here. We simply do not deserve to live in such a special place if we let this happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. So before we, sorry, thank you for your feedback. We're going to keep moving through through submissions here, and we're going to do our collective best to stay on point. But it is challenging, and I don't intend to get in a wrestling match with each person as they make their 3-minute submission as to the particular points that are relevant. So we're going to do. Oh yeah, I'll do a quick update on where we are on the speakers list. Is the next piece, but I'm going to go to staff. I had a note passed to me that there was some. You had some information or an answer to a question that was asked previously by council. So I'll go to that, and then we'll continue with our meeting.
Thank you, through the chair. 2 answers to some questions that were posed by council. The first one concerning whether or not there's mention in the application amendment concerning Site B, West Bar, or Port Mellon, and no, they're not within the application. From what staff could assess, and there's no mention of that within the conditions. Again, the requirement of the TIA or TCMP should address locations where the project will have any traffic impacts. In addition to that, there's a marine transportation monitoring and management plan for WLNG, which also incorporates marine movement for vessels and the locations from within Squamish and elsewhere to the project site. That's the first clarification. The second clarification is concerning a question of clarity around precedence between unions and collective agreements and the expectations of workers. So I'll perhaps read the section of the CSIM for public's clarification and council's clarification, and then answer the question. It says the project will implement a community feedback and inquiry process for complaints and grievances to receive and address concerns regarding project activities. It should be noted that some complaints may fall under other contractor company union HR policies, formal processes in which Woodfibre LNG cannot interfere, and serious incidents may become a police matter, where legal and privacy details are beyond Woodfibre LNG's control.
However, through worker code of conduct, individuals who have violations on or off the site will be removed from the project for specific time periods or permanently based on the violation of incident. From a staff assessment, all employees at WLNG are and will be required to abide by the code of conduct, which is part of the gender cultural safety plan. However, any discipline or investigation would follow the unionized employees' collective agreement process.
Thank you for that. And we're going to go to Chief Ian Campbell, who is speaker number 27 on our list. We had 60. Yep. Okay. Thank you. I'll ask a question to the back of the room. How are the other speakers? Is it just the one? Is all the levels okay otherwise? Okay. Thank you. So next will be Chief Ian Campbell, who's number 27 on the list. We had 64 on the list when this was passed to me. I think we've had some add and some drop, but we're roughly at the halfway mark of those folks that have signed up. Chief Ian Campbell.
Yeah, Hoichka. Anetla and Khalak. My ancestral name is Khalak. Sokyo Siam Koshamin. My chieftain name is Sokyo. I'm a hereditary chief from the Squamish Nation. I served 16 years as an elected councillor for Squamish and was one of our lead negotiators on this project, serving my community for 23 years as one of our lead negotiators. My lineage comes from Tuktak. On projects like Woodfibre, where the Squamish Nation did conduct our own independent environmental assessment that yielded 25 legally binding conditions to the proponent that identified a number of concerns we had that are shared with many of the people tonight around safety, around environmental impacts, around long-term sustainability of a new entrant in the market. We recognize the value of our lands in a global context to get product to Tidewater, to access global markets. That demand will never go away. But what I'm not hearing is collaboration with the Squamish Nation and the fact that the district did participate in the amendments to the environmental assessment that identified this issue around the Floatel for a number of years, and that the technical table you were represented. So the inability of your leadership to articulate that back to the citizens here in Squamish is a little disheartening to hear that there is a lack of information on what is being achieved. For many years, Canadians have been very complacent on murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. As an Indigenous leader, all of our Indigenous people know someone in our communities who's been murdered or missing. I don't know if you could say the same as Canadians, but that is a serious concern that continues to this day today. And I'm the father of daughters and of children, and that is one of my number one drivers. So when we did the assessment on the Floatel, we did look at a couple of years of deep engagement with our members, such as our family here at Yaquapsum that were concerned about compressor stations. We moved those outside of the inhabited reserves. The seawater cooling, we moved to air cooling. And we ultimately looked at alternate locations for the Floatel, such as Shushatyoais, which you call Britannia, and other areas here on Loggers Lane, the nation's portfolio on and off reserve. So there was a lot of assessment on could there be temporary housing that would then be reverted, because we did a play like that during the Olympics that brought value to not only the Squamish Nation, but to the local and regional economy. So I know I'm done for time. I really just want to also mention that I'm disheartened, Mayor, that we've been approaching you a number of times in writing. And, your own councillors say that it's important for your citizens to put things in writing to you, and we're not getting written responses. I don't know if that's because we're Indigenous or Squamish, but we should be treated like anyone else where, whether we're opposed or support the project, we expect procedural fairness. I come here, as a hereditary chief and one of our leaders in the nation who has a strong vested interest in the growth of this region and the use of our unceded territories. I simply invite you to look at the recent negotiation on Haida Gwaii and the recognition of title. That's not something Canadians can grant. It's something you recognize, that there's unceded territories. These are our lands. We're going to exercise our jurisdiction and authority, and we hope that means collaboration with folks like yourself. So thank you for allowing me here this evening.
Thank you for your submission. Next, we have Shayla Jacobs and then David Kong. Okay, thank you. David Kong. And then next up would be David Jacobs and then Bill Kavanaugh.
Hello, Council. My name is Dave Kong. I've moved to Squamish roughly 2 years ago, and I live in Garibaldi Highlands. My wife and I moved to Squamish with the intentions of starting a family, and we're particularly drawn to the tightness of the feeling of a small town community here in Squamish. Realistically, though, we are no longer a small logging town, and we need to consider the impacts that this Floatel makes to our established and newer residences and businesses. I believe that the current Floatel proposal put forth by Woodfibre LNG is a false choice, meant to give the council an easy path to take, faced with the threat of having the workers force-fed into our community. I would like to draw attention to a few of the many questionable gaps in their Floatel management plan needed to fully understand its impact. Number one, they have not shared their gender and cultural safety plan. Number two, they expect the waste generated by 600 individuals to vanish into thin air by failing to provide a comprehensive waste management plan. They expect us to not notice how their Floatel will transport workers back and forth from the mainland. And also, the Floatel itself. They have pre-purchased this Floatel without a permit, and then are using it as leverage to obtain approval for the permit itself. This, combined with their record of backtracking on their environmental commitments to Howe Sound, reveals a strategy of pressure tactics and willful ignorance. They act as if they can turn a blind eye to the impending problems only to address them when the stakes are higher and our options more limited. I believe approving this TUP is the gateway permit they need to later force their way through our current concerns. Now, some may ask, well, what's your solution then? Isn't this the best solution we have? And to that I say, no. That's the cheapest plan that they could come up with, meeting our requirements, not the most responsible. We are being threatened with their workers as a weapon to choose between the Floatel and having to house all their workers in our limited housing supply. There are other options. Woodfibre is a billion-dollar project that has the resources to sort itself out and propose a sustainable, non-impactful plan for our town. It has not used the extensive resources at its disposal to seek a comprehensive solution and is instead seeking concessions from our modest town of 25,000 people. Imagine if a rich stranger pulled up to your driveway, driving a brand new Lamborghini, walked through your front door, flop onto your sofa, and kicked their Gucci slides onto your coffee table. Perhaps you'll be generous and allow them to stay for 3 days as they ask. Instead, maybe they'll stay there for a year, maybe more, all while expecting you to feed, house, and clean for them. This is what they are currently expecting of Squamish. They want us to house the extra staff at the expense of driving up housing costs and possibly cleaning up after the hotel, and want us and our future generations to deal with the environmental impacts of their shortcuts. Before I conclude, I'd like to address the workers employed for this project. We understand the majority of you are just people trying to make a living. However, your employers need to take responsibilities for the consequences of their operations and the actions of their workforce. I would like to ask that the council reject this temporary use permit based on the lack of complete information until significant changes are made to address our concerns, and send a clear message that our community in Squamish will not be pressured into acting against our town's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Next up, we have David Jacobs. Okay, thank you. I'll see him. So next we have Bill Kavanaugh.
Council members, Mr. Mayor, the CAO and the staff, I thank you very much for allowing me to step up here and speak. Some of the questions that have been asked I can actually answer through my history of dealing in my career with float hotels. Since 2014, I've heard all the stories of how the workers at the LNG project would infect Squamish by being a threat to the town, the ladies, the women, and a burden on the police force. This was repeated in the chief last week. There have been many comments, both tonight and previously, about LNG shipping. Over the years, since 1997, LNG has been shipping around the world and has had 0 incidents of leakage or major disasters. We've had 17 major ship mishaps in the same period with oil freighters. We'll say it isn't, but it is. They don't own it, they've rented it. It has a complete solid waste management system on board that manages compost, waste, gray water, and most of all, bio-waste. The ship is also has occupancy for individuals in a room with showers, food services, as well as all other facilities required, such as recreation. Staff is managed and changed from Vancouver, not on the highway and not on Loggers Lane, but Vancouver. The power of the ship is not fuel, it's electric, while it's in port. The use of the float hotel for accommodation for remote work on sites is not new and has been around for many years. 2 was for the Olympics. I know that because during the Olympics, I worked for Keith Pelley, the second in command. When I arrived here 6 weeks before, my first task was to confirm that we had room on ships for 1,500 security people. Police officers, RCMP from Toronto, Winnipeg, Vancouver, etc. That was done. They had a key pass to get in, to get out, and all services were on board. They were 2 cruise ships. They weren't specially built. My own experience is while in Cyprus in 1976 as a chief warrant officer, I was posted on a boat for 3 months. It was specially built by the French Army as a premises occupied ship. And I'll tell you, the temperature outside was 103 during the day, and on the boat it was 73. So we stayed on the boat a lot. The past is the past. I've heard all sorts of people bringing up the past. We can't change all of that. We can only affect the future. So by approving this and realizing that the staff and council is going to manage this process, it is going to be a success for us. All of us around Squamish, and I've been here just 13 years after living in Toronto and Terrible for my first 70 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. So next, I'm looking to council to raise their hands if, when you're ready, if need to do any follow-up questions. But next I will go to Seraphine Lewis? Seraphine? Am I saying this? Seraphine? Sorry, my name gets butchered often, so I'm very sorry. And yeah. Okay, the floor is yours, and my apologies.
Husquile Tanoyup, or I should say Huth Nut good night. My English name is Seraphine Lewis. My ancestral name is Quigewans. It means silver lining in the clouds. And I'm here to speak on behalf of my mother, Cockalaith Deanna Lewis, who cannot be here tonight. My entire family lives up in Squamish. You might know it as Cheakamus. Chiok meaning like fish weir, fish trap, mesh meaning the people. Until this day, that's where my entire family lives today. And I'm standing here in support of the Floatel, as it is a solution that I know has incorporated the views of the community, our women, and the Gender Safety Advisory Committee, of which my mother is a member of. I have had the opportunity to participate in the gender safety training that Woodfibre LNG is delivering to its workforce, and I have provided some of this training myself. This work is really difficult for me personally. It's hard for me to get up there in front of like these strangers, like kind of like tonight, and especially these workers coming in from who knows where. And it's hard for me to talk about this really sensitive and close to my heart issue, but I still get up there and I still do it because it's really important to me. So in the work that we're doing at the project site, we are explaining to the workforce the history and why it's important to acknowledge the trauma that Indigenous peoples have experienced and the reality that women have and continue to go missing and get murdered in our communities. The safety training is an intensive, in-person, hour-long session, usually longer. For the workers, it is required before they are able to work on the project. So anybody that comes onto any of the sites have to go through this training, and they have to talk to us before they can start working. For me, being an Indigenous woman and having a young sister that resides in Squamish, as well as all my family and friends, it's important that there's a solution in place that separates the workers from our community to avoid unwanted interactions. I also want to acknowledge that the Floatel creates opportunity for people that wish to access jobs and economic opportunities to work on the Floatel, and that they feel safe and seen and heard in doing so. I know that my mother had voted against the Woodfibre LNG when she was a member of council for the Squamish Nation. And there wasn't enough information at the time about how impacts and effects would be managed, but now there is a plan. The Floatel, in my mind, is a good plan that should be supported so that the project can be built in a way that is least disruptive to the community, while also providing safe and comfortable accommodations for its workers, including Indigenous people that wish to work on the project. I want to raise my hands up to each and every you being here tonight. Chenkum and Tomiab, I thank you all. Haltik Nutnut, have a good night.
Thank you so much for your submission. Next, we have Drea Muthru and Cheryl Rivers and Charlene Williams. Do we have Drea? So we'll move on to Cheryl Rivers will be first, followed by Charlene Williams.
Hat Kokwail Tanoi Siam CI and Aguatal. Siam Tanat Malnadi Honest Kwashamansna. Cheryl Rivers Queen Sna. Chenwa Hue Squamish Oth. Chenwa Hue Oslahan Ochomeach. My English name is Cheryl Rivers. My two ancestral names are Siam Tanat and Malnadi. I come from the Squamish Nation and the village of Oslahan, which is in the city of North Van's riding. I am currently a City of North Van appointed commissioner for the Museum and Archives, providing education and communication towards our history has been key and something that has been inherent in me and has been handed down. I'm grateful for my late mother, Tieltalot Audrey Rivers, went to residential school for 10 years, but still kept the language fluent and the culture, and then taught her children and grandchildren. So this is something that I've been doing all my life. I've been a cultural competency facilitator for 30 years now, and I was brought in and invited to participate as a facilitator for the cultural safety, cultural awareness, history of Squamish Nation, history of the site, history of our people in this area, as well as doing the gender safety and the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls workshop. I've been doing that for 6 months on site, and as a survivor from a domestic violence situation, this has been very important to me, and I speak up about it. And I'm very proud to be somebody that was part of the policy that came out of BC and from Manitoba that created the Missing and Murdered Commission. I was able to share my story with the commissioners, and this is why I feel strongly in support of the Floatel. I have been noticing firsthand being bombarded with people personally one-on-one after. We tend to get bombarded after the sessions and not during. But one of the things that I notice is that many of them come forward and share their stories about their sisters or their spouses that have gone through this, and they thank us. We also, surprisingly, one of the things that have come out is many of them have Indigenous history and they want to learn more about it. So as part of the Floatel, it's not just the elder and residents, but we're looking at like cultural ambassadors. There's been more interest in the history, the storytelling, the legends, our culture, weaving, things like that, that we want to bring forward, that we are talking with Woodfibre to add more in the Floatel. And that would help create time and space being used while they're waiting for their shift to start. So I am really grateful for the opportunity to be here to do this, and thanking you for hearing both sides and thanking both sides, because if it wasn't for all of us sharing our voices and having this opportunity, we wouldn't be here today. But I can say firsthand that I'm not being bullied. I'm here with my eyes wide open, and thankfully I'm seeing through these eyes as a result of the history of the violence. But it is important, and I'm grateful for the Slanite Stomps, the women at the table that spoke up over 10 years ago on their concerns about the man camps, and then making sure that these things are in place. We would like to see these aunties are taking this seriously. We're going to be watching everyone, and we hope to create a 0% of any issues or incidents on the Floatel. Hosiam Hoichuk.
Thank you very much for your submission. Next, we have Charlene Williams.
No, Chuckman Wahat, Charlene Queens na, Tinachin la, Yaquapsum Okomeoch, Squamish Oath, Anwan Auxton, Squallowin, Hot Squall to seats, Elk to Noyat Maychuk to seats. Good day. My name is Charlene Williams. I come from the Aquapsum village here in the Squamish Valley. My ancestors have been here since time immemorial. And it's a little bit challenging for me to stand here before you today. As you have seen, there are a number of our community members who have spoken in favor of. And so I think it's really important for us to recognize how much this issue, not only of the Floatel, but the project itself, has been dividing our community and causing and creating conflicts amongst our nation members and our families. So as you can imagine, this has been very difficult and trying for us. It's hard to have family on the other side, knowing how many of our members are living in so much fear of what happens, what the possibilities of the impacts on our community and our children. I have my nieces standing here behind me, and when we are talking about the possibility for there to be impacts on our Indigenous women and girls, it's easy to think of them as just statistics and numbers, but as you can see, you know, they're our future. They're our young, beautiful ancestors that are going to walk one day carrying our teachings, as long as they hopefully don't experience any of the horrible things that can sometimes come with these types of resource extractions. It's also important for me to share that, you know, you would be hard-pressed to find a Squamish Nation member who's in favor of this project who's not receiving financial gains from the project, including and not limited to the hereditary chiefs that spoke this evening who work as consultants for the proponent. I am really concerned about the lack of due diligence on behalf of the proponent, and the missing required approvals and permits that are not included with it and have not been passed and not in place, like the waste management, the water servicing, and studies on the impacts of taking water from the Woodfibre Creek. This is really concerning to me, especially with what we have been experiencing with the rejuvenation of at Catsum and the returning of the herring. And we know that herring like to spawn on clean surfaces. And has there been any type of research around whether the herring are going to be impacted based upon possibly spawning upon, I'm sorry, I'm almost finished, so just give me a second. the impacts on the herring if they're spawning on this flotel, because all the times that we've found herring have been in the very beginning near either Fulgur Creek or Woodfibre Creek. And so having this flotel placed there is a little bit concerning, and wondering about the impacts, because we also know that the herring like to go towards where the light is, and there's going to be light pollution, as we've heard from this flotel. I'm also have concerns about the validity and of the gender and cultural safety plan, and whether or not it's been vetted in any sort of way, in particular by people who are with any consultation, especially people who are experts in the field and the exploitation of women and girls and people of minorities. I know that many of the people that are on that committee, they're my family, they're my community members, and so I've seen them, and I know that that's not their background. So I find that very concerning. Not that I don't have respect for them and the work that they do, I just don't know that that is not their background, and so I find that very concerning. And what are the accountability mechanisms if and when there are harms to our community? What is the cost if one of my nieces is harmed, raped, or murdered, their lives ruined? How do you hold them accountable? In my opinion, the only thing that they ever see is money. And so if we can hold them accountable, shut the thing down. If any of our community members are hurt, shut it down. It's really concerning to me that this Site B is just kitty corner to Squamish Reserve, which is our community hub, where our community totem hall is, where our children go every day for after school program, where these girls go for their Menkes travel group, where our canoe club canoes from right at the waterfront of Squamish. These are extreme impacts that I haven't heard any sort of background or resolution to, and it's very concerning to me. In saying that, I would recommend that the council reject the temporary use permit for the flotel in light of these missing documents, these missing permits, these missing things, and also without having any kind of assurances or accountability for if something happens, and even if these men are coming and staying in town between their shifts. Like, none of these issues have been addressed, and I don't feel comfortable with this moving forward at the cost of the beautiful children in my community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your submission. Next, we have Vanessa Violini, Alice Gus, and Trevor Chelswick.
Somebody left a phone here. Hello, my name is Vanessa Violini. I'm up here from Vancouver. Thank you so much for also allowing myself to participate in this unenviable task that you have. Personally, I don't support natural resource projects at all. I don't think that we should be investing in them, developing them, creating new ones. I've run for the Green Party 3 times. I feel very strongly about this. I also understand how complicated and nuanced the process is to get political will to change. If people want change, they need to participate in their process. They need to join parties. They need to ask for electoral reform. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the temporary use permit. And so when I say I was presented with the opportunity to participate in a gender safety management plan with WLNG, I struggled. I had to take a minute. It goes against everything that I have believed in since I was 8. But I also saw that without participating, I wasn't helping to reduce harm in areas where I could do harm. I'm up from Vancouver. I'm originally from Banff, Alberta. Very similar to Squamish in the fact that we have a lot of transient population as a resort town too. I am a survivor of early childhood gender-based violence. And these issues are very dear to me. And I will say this, being part of this committee I am part of many people with many areas of expertise working together to address the concern of gender-based violence. And I will say this, for Woodfibre LNG, they are literally walking their talk. They are focusing on culture in the Floatel, on the work site. We are having discussions about how hurt people, and so there are spaces on the Floatel so people can have the meetings that they might need. There is community, and building community of care is at the root of a lot of the movements of the Gender Safety Plan. And just as far as addressing that one question, thank you. When it comes to unions, WLNG cannot dismiss somebody who breaks the code of conduct. That is on their employer, but they will be removed from the site and not permitted to work. So they are no longer part of the project. I hope that helps clear things up, but I would really encourage you to accept the temporary use permit, because a lot of thought and a lot of consultation went into this for a year to make sure that we are keeping women and children safe. And if we don't allow it, the environmental impact, the housing impact is going to hurt the most vulnerable first. And Squamish has a housing problem and not enough resources. You have people living in cars and no places to go. My brother was one of them. So I encourage you to think about the ripple of effect of the impact of an extra 800 people on your local resources when most of them are being managed on the Floatel. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your submission. Next, we have Alice Gus, but I don't think I've seen Alice Gus this evening. So we'll move on to Trevor Chelswick. We have some others to go through. Are you on the speakers list later on the agenda? I need to stick to the list to try to keep us in some sort of order, but thank you for the suggestion. So next would be Judith Holm. And then Savannah Norman and Dan Tetzlaff. Okay.
I'm Judith Holm, and thank you, Mayor and Council. And if we do not allow LNG to come in the first place, then we won't have to worry whether the Floatel is good or not. I basically think that had the value system of, rather than investing in the community with homes, which they were invited to do years ago, choosing a glitzy Floatel is much more their style. And my concern is that if you approve the TUP, that they will, as they are bullying and dividing and conquering, and that's their attitude. You don't do the whole picture as a unified good plan. You little things to oppose or pass, and that's their style. So if you do approve, the next thing they're going to want to do is they're going to want to bring the big ship in front of Woodfibre LNG, and they will have arrived. And they might be asking you to do that before you've even approved the whole project. It seems to be their style. As you can tell, Woodfibre LNG has earned my distrust. I think that it's more than Woodfibre. We have to remember that Woodfibre is a very small player. It has many head offices, and the top one is the gigantic Singapore-based Royal Golden Eagle Group, which has a net worth of more than $35 billion US, under its former name, Rajagarudama, which actually means King Raptor. They changed their name in 2009. They had a terrible reputation for all the environmental damage they'd done, just huge damage. It used to be on the net before they changed their name, and all the social harm they did, and they evaded taxes. and they only paid a few fines because they couldn't repair the ecological damage. The organizations this size making this much money have little incentive to change their methods. And my concern is that Woodfibre LNG isn't as innocent as it might appear, that they are a little bit under that control and using those methods, and that we can expect to have a lot of problems if we let them come in. It would be terrific for their business model to advertise that Woodfibre, an LNG company, has successfully applied to operate within a UNESCO biosphere region. Biosphere regions are learning places for sustainable development. These decisions that you have to make, district, affect, as you know, you're well aware, affect our whole Akatsum House Sound watershed, which is the boundary of our UNESCO biosphere region. Fortunately, its structure enables effective communication and collaboration around the sound. Ours has been internationally recognized for its outstanding natural values and our recent decades of active community work underway to restore health to the sound and to develop sustainably. Sorry, I should have had some water to drink. We are making real progress, as has been mentioned. Sea otters, whales, dolphins, and many other smaller species are returning to the cleaner water of the sound. There are lots of herring for them to eat. Squamish and settlers around our sound, within the biosphere region I'm experiencing, we're working together. We're now learning to work together at last because we have goals in common and we're learning from each other. We're learning the Squamish ways. They have so much to teach us. Right here in Squamish, we have an exciting wildlife connectivity project underway. All this is so positive. When you look after the land looks after you, the Squamish teach. Here in Squamish, sustainability is not a catchword, which I think it is for LNG. It is an authentic goal in action. Our economy is quite healthy. It's balanced. The community spirit is certainly strong. Brief boom nor bust then bust is not our style. If Woodfibre LNG is allowed to push its way into our community, our energy to do these positive and to look after our animals, our plants, our ecology. The Squamish have it right when they say you think in terms of your children and 7 generations to come. We have to think that way. It just makes common sense.
You've gone nearly a minute over, so if you could just wrap
sorry.
up, please.
Okay, and we must realize. If Woodfibre is allowed to push its way in, our energy will be drained from all these positive initiatives because we're going to have to monitor their actions to ensure that they do what they have agreed to do, which I don't think they will. And we must realize, not be innocent, that their history shows that they also are very good at evading taxes.
Thank you very much for your submission. Next, we have Dan Tetzlaff, Hayden Perrett, and Alexander Johnson on deck.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me speak. So I'd like to remind everybody that there's a saying, we do not inherit the earth from our grandparents, but we borrow the earth from our children. And I would like to also bring to everybody's attention that our Prime Minister, Mr. Trudeau, has declared a climate emergency due to our rapidly warming earth. I moved here about 30 years ago to rock climb. I rock climbed every day in the summer, and I remember the temperature never exceeding 27 degrees Celsius. And a couple Junes ago, as we all are aware, the temperature hit 43 degrees Celsius. This is akin to being in India or a desert, not Squamish, BC, a rainforest. I'm scared for my children's future. I hope you people will look inside yourselves and have a conscience and consider future generations. Take heed of Antonio Guterres, the IPCC leader. His warnings are very stark in that we have to abandon fossil fuels. And this is just more fossil fuels, just continued combustion. We have to transition to renewable energies. Let's use the name Squamish, Mother of the Wind, and install wind turbines. Canada is the biggest coastline in the world. We could have tidal, we could have wave energy. There are many jobs in this field, in these new emerging technologies. Let's not focus on money. Let's focus on the science, come together with the science and find solutions as a community, as a group, as a whole earth collective human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the next speaker, I had Councillor Pettingill. Did you have a question for staff?
Yeah, and this is going back a bit. I've just been trying to ponder some things and trying to wrap my head around it. So the first one, quite rightly, a lot of the focus on the Floatel and the justification has been risk of sexual violence in the community, especially to women and girls. But there are, many other impacts from what is proposed here. And we touched briefly on the conditions for workers and human rights for workers. And I think what I heard was that we didn't assess that too much because it's temporary and they can choose to be there. But I want to clarify a bit, at the technical advisory committee or other tables, was there much discussion about conditions for workers and alignment with our OCP, which actually has quite a fair bit of language around equity and equal conditions and treatment of all people and so on? Did we get to do an in-depth analysis on sort of the worker perspective, or have we sort of, like many people, been focused on the main community impact that's been talked about?
Through the chair, I'll just ask that you clarify that, or the consideration that staff did not assess workers or the impact on workers because of the temporary nature. Sorry.
I thought I heard earlier in the discussion a question about something around conditions for workers, and the comment I thought I heard was that, something to the effect of we didn't look into it too deeply because of their temporary, they're not living there all the time. So it's not like people living there for a whole, several years. Oh, maybe it was regarding light pollution.
Through the chair, we haven't assessed the impact of the industrial activity on the vessel and the workers that will reside in the vessel. One, it's going to be a construction site before it's an operational site. And two, what happens on the vessel in terms of living conditions and such is happening on a registered vessel. And that is not within the jurisdiction of the district or local government to define, what conditions, how many rooms, what kind of rooms those could be. And that's why one of the conditions in the permit is that this specific ship be docked here. And that's as far as we can go in terms of our jurisdiction. So again, it's the play of multiple jurisdictions overlapping on the site when it comes to regulating it from a local government perspective.
Okay, but if the workers were living not on the ship, but somewhere in the community, we would have more impact on where the residence is, because we choose zoning, we choose street design and building design. So we do regulate all that stuff for sort of normal, quote unquote, residential areas. So we just wouldn't have that opportunity with a Floatel because of the things you mentioned. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, That's correct. This is very different than a residential building somewhere on land within the district of Squamish that needs to be serviced with roads and all the other things that we normally consider. This is very different. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then just a little bit related, I didn't quite understand or don't fully understand our assessment or lack thereof around hazards. In my mind, we have a lot of hazard policy in areas where we expect there to be residential living because we have decided as a community that we care more about hazards when there's residential living. Here we have a place which was never designed or never zoned for residential living. And so we, understandably, from my perspective, didn't have a lot of hazard policy. But now that we are contemplating residential use, even if it's only 3 years or 6 years, is it unreasonable? Is there a reason we are not allowed to sort of say, hey, there's going to be longish term residential dwelling here. We actually need to consider hazard. And so here's some of the hazard information we want to consider. Is there a reason why we can't do that?
Through the chair, for the hazards with respect to the Floatel, from a regulatory perspective, we would be overstepping our bounds in relation to the Floatel. However, I can say that the site itself, we are requiring WLNG to take into account Henrietta Dam for their building permits in relation to the admin building and as well as the warehouse buildings. So it's not that we are not looking at the hazards of Henrietta Dam when it comes to the WLNG project. We're just not looking at it with respect to the Floatel because we just don't have the authority to do that.
Okay, so but then like the other question, if we denied the Floatel and people were living somewhere else, presumably in community, we would have the ability to consider hazards as long as we had that hazard policy around where we have areas zoned for residential.
Through the chair, yes, we have specific tools that we use for hazards, and that is our development permit area 2. And we have a number of policies in the OCP that define where the hazard areas are. This location and the fact that it's on a ship takes it outside of that jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you. While we're paused here, Council, any other questions? Okay, I'll go back to submissions, and I'd just like to say, as we get ready for next presenter, we're at number 46 on our speakers list, and I have 68 total. So we're likely to need at least one motion to extend coming up here. So we'll go next to Caden Perrett. Am I saying that correct? Close? Oh, hold on one second. We just want to make sure your mic's. I just want to make sure that we get staff, make sure that mic works so we can.
Sure.
There we go. We're good. Okay.
All good?
Away you go.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Okay, so my name is Caden Preet. I'm a provincial representative for CLAC, a national multi-sector union representing the skilled, hardworking tradespeople building the Woodfibre project. I'm also a Red Seal electrician myself, and I've spent the bulk of my career living in camps while working on industrial projects throughout Western Canada. On behalf of our membership, I'm here today to express CLAC's support for the project Floatel. It's our position that the Floatel provides the most practical solution for any community concerns raised regarding workforce accommodations, social, environmental, and economic. As a union committed to addressing unfair biases and misgivings directed towards working in the trades, I'd like a brief moment to reiterate, in addition to constructing the critical infrastructure upon which all BC residents depend on, schools, hospitals, roads, and energy projects, our province skilled tradespeople are industrial contributors to their local communities, seeking to support their families through honest and often challenging work. While some members of the local community have expressed concerns welcoming workers to the region, It has already been established that employees on this project will remain on the Floatel during their stay. Nevertheless, we believe it's an unwarranted concern as per the reflections of Phil Gurmith, Mayor of Kitimat, where over 5,000 tradespeople resided while constructing the LNGC project. To quote the mayor directly, he says, "I would like to emphasize that I understand each community is unique, and I'm providing this information simply to give background on our community's own experiences. In our experience, almost all the workers proved themselves to be exceptional people. They're just here to do their job before their next turnaround to go back to their families and loved ones. Because of LNG's Canada's significant pre-planning, communication, and consultation, and their commitment to mitigating negative community effects as much as possible, Kitimat remained a very safe community during this extraordinary project," end quote. Additionally, the Floatel will greatly reduce boat traffic through the Sound, which is an important factor for residents and wildlife, minimizing the environmental impacts of project logistics. Further, the Floatel ensures that there is a minimal impact to local vacancy rates, which is a significant priority given as our province wrestles with affordability issues. We submit the Floatel is an excellent solution for the project, the local community, and workforce. The upgraded living conditions the Floatel offers will tremendously improve the well-being and welfare of our skilled workers who are committed to completing this project. As a tradesperson, I cannot overstate the importance and impact of investing in the well-being of your workers. In granting the permit, that's exactly what you'll be doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Next, we have Alexander Johnson, and then on deck would be David Lavallee and Tom Harry Sr.
Hello. My name is Alexander Johnson. I've been living in the Sea to Sky for 10 years, living in Squamish for 3. I'm just here to share some concerns that I have. I'm pretty concerned about the lack of engagement, transparency, and honesty about a guilty verdict involving workplace bullying at an LNG camp in Kitimat in 2023. This is something I submitted proof that our local media is suppressing this story. I wrote a letter talking about this, and I was told due to legal reasons, they had to remove this incident from my letter. As I've told you before, WorkSafe BC, they have no policy definition for the word safe. That's like you folks not being able to point at where Squamish is on the map. Having no policy definition for the word safe is extremely dangerous, and this is kind of what happens when this is the case, when it's unwritten in the Workers' Compensation Act. In this guilty verdict, WorkSafe BC found that their own investigation into this incident was insufficient and made it worse, which is not surprising when WorkSafe BC don't even have a policy definition for the word safe. This was described as bullying on steroids. Now, to give you an example, which I have submitted evidence to you, of how WorkSafe BC handle a harassment complaint. So let's say I'm an occupational therapist and I'm working in Squamish and I pick up a job of someone who's injured. Let's say they're really drunk on this Floatel. And let's say we have a disagreement about something and I feel like this person is harassing me. So I file this to WorkSafe BC. What I wouldn't expect is that my home address and my payee number then get filed on this person's file to which they have access to, which I think is extremely concerning, given that not to judge these workers, but if they're going to be out of town folks and they want to squash a beef, if they're given your address through after harassing someone, I think that that's kind of ridiculous, to be honest. It gets worse though. WorkSafe corporate security, they bait and manipulate policy, and they target vulnerable members of this community. I identify as someone as having a mental health disability, and I was targeted by these staff. This then led to a wellness check, to which I discovered at least 2, if not 3, of our members of RCMP of this local dispatch are not trained to complete a wellness check. Not only this, they assaulted my neighbor and wouldn't even identify themselves. Looking at the records, there was a lot of lies on those records, and that's super concerning given that this all stemmed from a workplace injury. In my experience,
Mr. Johnson,
you've infrastructure.
You've exceeded your 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up, please.
In my experience, Squamish doesn't have the infrastructure for this project. The MLA doesn't care at all. And I think Canadians are just tired of the lack of accountability that we're seeing across the board. And we know that LNG are also capable of this lack of accountability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your submission. Council, it's approaching 10 very quickly. As per our council procedure bylaw, we need a resolution of council to extend the meeting past 10. Are you moving that, Councillor French? Seconded by Councillor Stoner. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll keep working through the list here. Next, we have David Lavallee. Seeing none. Tom Harry Sr. Okay. Next, we have Mac McDowell. Okay. Erna Irwin. Pierre Hamill. Joel Clifton. Busy BS? Busy Bees? Am I reading that correctly? I'd love to be corrected if this person is here. I had Tony Rainbow on the list, but I haven't seen Tony here this evening. He was here earlier. Okay. Next, I have Mike McKenzie, someone I have seen here this evening. Mr. McKenzie. And then we have Henry Williams and Kim Benson. At least that's our attempted on deck.
I'm tired. I'm sure you are too. So I'll be quick. My name is Mike McKenzie. I formerly served as National Indigenous Youth Representative in 2013, 14, and 15 in this country. The government didn't really understand reconciliation yet, so I represented over 80% of Indigenous people in this country at some tables. I was there at the beginning of the Trans Mountain application being launched, which affected my community. Trudeau said that would never be built. I come from Kamloops. I was displaced with my wife over 10 times in the last 6 years for opposing these projects. I oppose these projects because my dad's a spiritual leader. Nation to nation means the nation has its own laws. So Indigenous people have their own laws, and I've sworn to protect those laws in my lifetime. Some of the laws include how we take care of the water, how we take care of the wildlife, how we take care of the supernatural. This is a massive project. The application is like several books, a lot of pages sitting inside the district. I've experienced significant threats against myself and my wife for several years, including violence I've experienced because of my opposition to this project. There's a lack of accountability whenever this happens to me. RCMP do wellness checks, all kinds of stuff happens. You can look me up. I've been in the news, Canadian Press, Globe and Mail, all of it, trying to protect a sacred site near Kamloops from destruction. Something important to recognize is that just because there's regulators involved doesn't mean that it's going to go that way. The project that was promised that would never go through my territory was actually originally around $4.5 billion, and they just did the Golden Weld somewhere around 34 billion. When they say that they're going to accomplish something, that doesn't mean that's going to happen. I've fought climate change. I've won leadership awards in this country. I was the youngest fire chief in Canada when I was 17. Over 2,000 square kilometers of my territory has burned down since from fires. I have nothing left, so you could very well have nothing left soon. I serve now as a commissioner of the Unceded Law Response Group, which is a really difficult role to hold because I am being threatened for holding that position. From August to December especially, we received a lot of threats. LNG Security, who live in this town and in my building, come and threatened me. They impersonated police officers. Some of them were in this room tonight. One of them was going to speak, and he didn't. On the left and the right of the doors, when you go into the district hall, there's the Charter of Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. That's 44 articles on the left of the door that say you basically can't approve this project. And then the Charter, Section 25 and Section 35, we talk about the highest regulator, the highest regulative, whatever the word is, authority. The citizens of this country are the highest authority when it comes to regulation. There's a moral obligation on citizens, which means every single one of you, it doesn't matter what job you hold, to make sure that you're not committing genocide against Indigenous people. I don't know why this project doesn't have the full scope compared to other projects. The Trans Mountain Pipeline included communities all the way down to Pachidat and in Port Renfrew and such like that. This project doesn't even really include my nation at all, so you've missed an entire piece. If this was a hearing to allow residential schools or not, I'm sure it would sound a lot the same. I'm sure there'd be a lot of benefits that Canadians might weigh, and that's why residential schools happened. I come from Kamloops, so we did uncover the 215, which I knew about my whole life. I was a Shuswap Nation youth representative. So LNG is positioning threats in this forum. I don't appreciate that. I don't know how they get to this microphone, but people threatening chaos if you don't approve this, or people threatening these things makes me have to ask serious questions, of course. Other serious questions I have is there's security members all over this room who I have no idea who they work for, but they stare us down and they're looking at us in suits and stuff. Like, they should be identifying themselves if they're in this room, because I need to know who exactly is staring at me and why. There's discrimination in Squamish since I stood up against these. I've been displaced to Squamish, and this is where I call home now. And I'll finish by saying that it's completely irresponsible for Ian Campbell to stand here tonight and shame one of the best councils in the country when it comes to, you guys are actually, I don't think you're doing it all right, but you're doing some of the best work in the country when it comes to Indigenous people. And then Indigenous people come up here and position themselves as if you don't listen. Well, the number one thing that you have to listen to when it comes to Indigenous people is whether or not you're harming the environment that we rely on. See, my job was to protect the environment for the next 7 generations, not for the next 3 years. And so this might be my last time speaking as a commissioner of the Unceded Law Response Group. This might be my last time altogether. I told CBC National that, we need to listen to each other more, and I'm trying to change my life so that I don't get threatened anymore. And as far as I'm concerned, these gangs that keep threatening me and the people who keep threatening me for speaking up, fuck you.
Thank you for your submission, Mr. McKenzie. Next, we have Henry Williams, and then we have Kim Benson and Dylan Morgan on deck.
My English name is Henry. I am against the flotilla. Hopefully we can get to an understanding with the Woodfibre LNG project and have a big discussion on that. But for the Woodfibre flotilla, totally against it. I've been against this since it was first brought to our attention. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. So Kim Benson is next, if Kim is here. Oh, hello.
Hello. My name is Kim Benson. I am a mother and a teacher in Squamish. And I'm also a climate activist and organizer. And one of my jobs, because I not only am I a teacher, but teachers in this province voted to divest from fossil fuels from our pension, which is heavily invested in fossil fuels, including Fortis. And so we are, I work with a bunch of other teachers and a lot of NGOs, et cetera, and we are working to divest our pension from fossil fuels. So I spend a lot of time in the inventory, our pension inventory. And so I understand a lot about how different fossil fuel companies are related to others and projects, and how it ties into the rest of the world and geopolitically even. And so we're in climate collapse right now. The Earth has passed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. The UN climate chief has stated that we have 2 years to save the world. I still can't believe we're talking about this crap, frankly. We're standing here talking about policies and rules and this and agreements but the reality is, you know, and scientists have told us, we've got to stop fossil fuel projects. Your companies, all of them, need to be having viable decarbonizing strategies, and none of you do. You're just ramping it up. So which brings me to the classroom. We just had Earth Day. I'm lying to the children because I'm standing there telling them, oh, here, let's read this picture book. Look at all the different things we can do in the world. Oh, we can recycle. Well, we know that's also crap because the fossil fuel industry has sold us this lie when they continue to make, plastics from the byproduct of oil and gas. And so I'm telling the students, and they're coming up with all different kinds of ideas, and I'm teaching them how everything is connected on Earth, and what a beautiful planet we live on, and everything that's in the ocean and alive and connected to everything on the land. And I have this really great lesson I do unit, and they're excited because they feel like they're empowered because they see what's happening around us. These are children. They expect the adults to be making decisions in the world that will enable them to have a livable future, and not just livable to survive, but an actual world where they can breathe clean air, see the animals, enjoy a forest with biodiversity. The burning of fossil fuels is acidifying the ocean, and it's chock full of oil and gas because our fishing nets are made of plastic, okay? We are in the 4th coral bleaching on Earth. The ice caps are melting. We are going to have monumental fires that will get worse every single year. But here I'm telling the students, we can do these things. We, as governing bodies, as industry and as community, have to stand up and do the right thing and have the courage to do it. Okay? So, and the last thing I'm going to say is just a quick thing, because I got like 28 seconds now. We keep talking about this Floatel. It's a man camp, okay? And none of you have any real control over what any of those men decide to do. You don't. And there cannot be any guarantee. None of us can guarantee that, right? So I'm speaking for Indigenous women and girls and all women and girls, including myself. They do not feel safe with a man camp. Okay? So thank you. I reject, obviously, and I hope you defer. And let's ditch fossil fuels, folks. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Next up, we have Dylan Morgan and then Anthony Margaret. So Dylan, not seeing. Anthony?
Thanks for giving me the time to get up here, and thanks for the few people that are still hanging out. My name's Anthony Marguerite. I'm a geologist. I work in the resource industry. I have a lot of experience in permitting projects similar to this, not quite the same scope. But I commend WLNG for the work that you guys have done. It's very clear that there's volumes and volumes and volumes of data that's been collected on this project. I'm also the father of 2 young women in town and a grandfather. I can honestly say I'm more worried about what might happen to my daughters on the dark end of downtown than how they might find their way out to a ship with no road access on the other side of Howe Sound. And I don't think any of us has control about what any man might do in this town at any time. From the tone and the direction of the mayor and council's questions, it's very obvious that you're against the project. I'm here tonight to implore you to remember what you're deciding on here. We're not deciding on the project. We're deciding on a temporary use permit to moor a boat. The project's already been approved. Trying to stall or delay this progress or the progress of this project by denying this permit, it's a stall tactic. It's very transparent, and frankly, it's embarrassing. The amount of information, consultation, mitigation, and data collected regard to the project's overwhelming. Every option to house the workers involved in this project has been explored. The workers in this project have been vilified. The Floatel is by far the best option. It keeps coming up that there will be no legacy left behind from this project. What about the taxes that this project's going to contribute to our community? I think if this council might have took a little bit more of a progressive stance and actually tried to work with WLNG versus fight it the whole time, maybe we would have had some amenities out of this. I don't know if any of you have been to Canmore, but they've got one of the nicest recreational facilities in Canada, and it was paid for by the oil and gas community. Trying to make the housing crisis part of this conversation is ridiculous. That isn't private industry's problem to solve. Squamish's infrastructure is crumbling. There's no industrial tax base here, and it's not going to come from the tourism industry. Us taxpayers are tapped out, and council, here's your opportunity to create an industrial tax base for yourselves. Stop fighting this project, accept it. I'm sorry you guys didn't have a say in approving it, but having hurt feelings now and trying to stall the project at this point is ridiculous. If you don't approve this permit, it's an obvious stall tactic and a waste of everyone's time and money. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your submission. I'm just doing double check with staff here on the next, this correct? Okay, I have Pierre Vika? No. Daniel Bauman. And then I'm moving into the handwritten names on my list, so my pronunciations are likely to get worse from here, but what was yours, Mr. Bauman?
Hi, my name is Daniel Bauman, and I live in Squamish. And I think people before me have already raised concerns about the workers' safety and rights, the community's safety of the people that live in Squamish, particularly women, girls, and Indigenous people, the environmental impact of this project, the impact on traffic, both on the road and on the sound, and on our emergency services. I would like to urge Council not to accept this TUP. The TUP is the cheapest and quickest way for LNG to deliver this project, and their aim is to get it done and make a profit and leave. They have shown in other projects around the country that they are very good at avoiding paying the taxes that are supposed to benefit the community, and all of the ill effects that have been discussed are well established on other projects of this scale. I think that people who come to this community come here because it's a safe place, it's a beautiful place, and it has amazing biodiversity, and that brings people to live and visit here, to form our community and pay taxes, and that is a long-term and sustainable model for our community. I think what we've seen from this project and the STAR, or LNG, is limited engagement and very limited information to counter all of the negative risks that we have heard. We've had specific questions from Council about how it's going to impact our emergency services, which was a concern mentioned multiple times, and we're told that that is confidential. We're also threatened and blackmailed into accepting this project as something that we must accept, or something worse will happen instead, which is not, it's a false setup. We've also heard from questions from Council that there's very limited recourse for Council to stop this project when things don't go as promised and when the constraints and limits that have been specified are not obeyed. And seeing as how the interactions with the community have been so far, not having that recourse means that we're not going to get what was promised. And because of all of those things, I encourage or support Council rejecting this motion.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Matthew Van Osterham from the handwriting. I'll leave it to you to correct me. Thank you.
Hello, speaking on behalf of Matthew Van Oostem, my name is Kieran Brownie. I'm the first of my family to be born on the West Coast. The rest of them are scattered across the British colonies. I currently live in the dark side of downtown, and I speak for the herring. I speak having witnessed the work that has been taking place around the herring over the last 5 years. And what I've witnessed, reconciliation has come up a lot this evening, and I'm not exactly sure how wood fiber industry comes into play with reconciliation. I also think that reconciliation is something at a federal government level, because for most settlers, there has been no conciliation, and the herring have played a very important role in the conciliation in this community. The environmental assessment for the floatel does not consider the addition of habitat that the floatel provides. It only looks to the loss of habitat at an already destroyed industrial site. I would like Council to consider, if they have to move forward with this, that the herring will be spawning on this ship, and the whatever it is, paint that they put on that could be just as bad as the creosote that we've already witnessed here. Another thing I'd like to add is that if the Council does find itself in a place where it has to move forward with this, is that it should consider limiting the amount of time on this application. Too often do we want simple solutions and one-time deals with these sorts of projects. And if you have any power to continue this conversation over the entire period of this project by making wood fiber, they've demonstrated and acknowledged and voiced that they are accountable and that they will be here. So they should have no problem in doing the paperwork to continue to apply for this permit. The staff, having already gone over this permit, if nothing has gone wrong, should have no issue passing this permit within the 3 to 6 month window. And yeah, I'm not enviable of any of you, and I don't think any of us, I think we're all kind of losers in this, but good luck. Good night.
Thank you for the submission. Eric Filipora is how I'm reading this. It's getting late, and we're going to handwriting now. And then Carlos Romero on deck, followed by David Wilson.
Hello. I stand here to express my profound disapproval for the proposed Floatel.
Sorry, if you could start just by stating your name and
Oh, yeah.
and where you're from and who you're representing, and
Yeah.
then we'll restart the clock. You haven't lost any time.
Cool.
And the floor is yours.
Hi, my name's Eric Filipona. I live in Valleycliff, and I'm representing myself. I stand here to express my profound disapproval for the proposed Floatel intended to house workers of the Woodfibre plants. Despite nearly a decade to devise a viable housing plan, Woodfibre has repeatedly deferred meaningful action, only to present this Floatel as a last-minute solution after ground has already been broken. My first concern to the my first concern pertains to the management of waste and bio-waste for the housing solution, a critical question that Woodfibre LNG has not adequately addressed yet, even as they seek a temporary use housing permit today. Furthermore, as a rapidly growing community grappling with a housing crisis, it's confounding that we would entertain such an unpopular project heavily reliant on subsidies from our own taxpayers, while offering minimal benefits in return beyond a CT scanner, a few $100,000 donated to local charities, which amounts to maybe $500,000. To put that in perspective, when all is said and done, this $5.1 billion project will leave a legacy in Squamish with the same price tag as a mobile home. That's pretty insane. As a resident of this town, I implore you to reconsider this temporary use housing permit and hold Woodfibre accountable for the lasting damage the project will have on our ecosystem and housing in the long term. This starts by rejecting their current proposal and demanding a more equitable solution which benefits the town, its current and future residents, long after the workers are gone and Woodfibre reaps the benefits of their lucrative infrastructure. I just want to remind everyone that government subsidized pipelines don't pay taxes, people do. So yeah, thank you for your attention, and yeah, good luck with this decision.
Thank you. So next we have Carlos Romero.
Hello.
Oh,
My name is Carlos Romero. Born in Mexico, living in downtown Squamish. Through my blood, I have Aztec and Purepecha blood. Here in Squamish, sacred land for me. I've been able to connect to my ancestors. Survivor of sexual violence in my family. I've seen how abuse trickles down into generations. Engineer by trade. I do consulting for some of the biggest companies in the world. I understand how this works. I understand our revenue. I understand our profit. So the one thing, I think it's important for you guys as council to understand, and you were right, time, right? So I think it's important for you guys to make sure that you're on every rock, understand every question that we have as a community, get an answer from them. It's not your job to solution this on their behalf. That's why they have CEOs, that's why they have big money. I think it's important for the community to understand the revenue implications on a corporation this size that they have. Something that is, I guess, a concern for the community, and you hear this over and over, is about the number of workers coming into their community. You asked the question about what happened when they take time off, when they go back to Quebec. They can't answer that, right? They can't force them to go back to their communities. So we're talking about 800 people, most likely spending their time off in our community, 800 men. And yeah, as you can see, I'm against it, but I'm hoping that you guys turn again every single rock so we can make the right decision for this community.
Thank you very much for your submission. So we're reaching, sorry, 1 second, Mr. Wilson. You've spoken earlier and you will have another opportunity, but I want to give opportunity to folks on the list that haven't yet spoken, and also the room, if there's anyone in the room that isn't on the list that would like to speak. So we'll go, and then we'll go to those that have felt the constraints of the 3 minutes intensely and would like to make additional submissions. So in the spirit of that, our next speaker and the final one on the list I have in front of me is Jatinder Sidhu.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and members of the community. I'm an uninvited settler on the lands of the Squamish, Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh in West Vancouver, as it's commonly called now. I do feel that we have something to say, residents of the area, up and down Howe Sound, given the potential impacts on all of us. I want to start off by just reminding everybody, in case you haven't seen it, the Squamish chief asked in an editorial the other day, what then? Sounds like a reasonable question. If council were to reject this TUP, given where we are with Woodfibre, what are the next steps? Indeed, what are the alternatives? Unfortunately, the chief article doesn't provide any help with these questions. It only enlists a Woodfibre spokesperson. Construction will continue regardless of your decision, they say. And then a not very veiled threat, urging you to approve this to ensure our workers are housed without community impacts. So the alternatives, I mean, you could just send it back to them and say, many concerns and questions have been raised. You need to fix them all and then come back to us. That would be a reasonable thing to do. Happens a lot in councils. Another alternative might be, according to the arguments being presented, it seems, by Woodfibre and many of their supporters, is you're going to get a man camp, effectively, and the workers, well, maybe we'll enclose them. We'll prevent them stepping out. A prison camp, essentially. And all this, you know, in a context, you know, these two possibilities, a community with an absolutely severe housing crisis. Like many places up and down Howe Sound, West Vancouver has close to 0% vacancy rates. There are workers from Woodfibre and Fortis who live in West Vancouver, and indeed, as has been discussed, when these boats come up and down Howe Sound for the 2 weeks on, 1 week off, where are these people going to be staying? Actually, a lot of them are going to end up staying in the Greater Vancouver area. I mean, I think that's, you know, they're not necessarily going to be flying back and forth all the time from wherever they're from. It seems to me, fundamentally, that we've talked a lot, or we've heard a lot this evening about tackling gender-based violence. You know, I think this community, as with all communities right across Canada, have a responsibility to tackle this issue directly, rather than to offshore it. I come from the UK. They're just offshoring asylum seekers to Rwanda. That's the most absurd idea. Would you offshore criminals, drug users, the unhoused? This TUP is about 3 years that Woodfibre says it will take to build the facility. Woodfibre is supposed to be operational for 25 years. What are you going to do for the remaining period? This community, along with every community across Canada, as I say, has to do the real work. Don't offshore the problem. Implement, for a start, the calls to justice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Many people have spoken about the work that has gone on, that Woodfibre has initiated, because it's the only way they would have gotten this far, to be frank, about the work they've done to address gender-based violence and to educate their workforce and to have these, you know, the preparatory work, all the stuff they're going to have, the sort of the rooms on the Floatel where workers, would-be sex offenders could be thinking about their problems because hurt people hurt people. Well, you know, let's do the work in our communities. I used to be a volunteer.
You've
Yeah,
gone
okay.
a minute over. I need you
Yeah.
to wrap it up, and you may get another opportunity
Sure.
if we get there.
Just to end with something I noticed in this council's housing needs report. I've been a housing advocate in West Vancouver. You have a responsibility, or the report talks about exploring the creation of a workforce housing index and workforce housing fund for collecting cash contributions for employees per square meter of commercial/industrial projects by industry type. It's one proposal, one idea, one potential solution for the fact that we have insufficient housing to meet the needs of our existing communities. What are the big industries who want to come in here and make billions for their owners? What are they doing? What are they doing to contribute to that crying demand and need? Nothing.
Thank you for your submission. Now I'll go to the room. We've been through our speakers list, and thank you for everyone's patience and decorum throughout the evening. And now, if anyone that hasn't yet spoken wishes to speak, we'll go by a show of hands, and I'll attempt to manage it that way. So we'll start with one in the back, and then you'll be on deck in the middle here, and then I've seen a lot of people holding up signs. Are you holding up your hand with the sign? Then you can be third. And that'll get us started with our first round. Thank you. And if the folks that I've just recognized could make their way towards the mic, just so we can have quick turnover, that would be great. So I think everyone's well versed in how this goes now. But your name and where you're from and who you're representing, and you have 3 minutes to address council. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Georgina, and I live here in Squamish, and I'm not representing anyone in particular other than just everyone who lives in this community. And what I wanted to just ask that hasn't been asked before is for you all to question the flare that is being used as the technology that LNG has, because there is technology that the flare is old technology and is extremely dirty for our communities. And there's new technology where it can be encompassed. There's a burning management system. I don't know the right technology or whatever. I just know that I heard conversation from other people that flare can be adapted so that it's self-contained, burns just like a catalytic converter on a car, but much cleaner, where there's pretty much zero emissions. And it's in the engineering world of things, and that should really be challenged, is what I'm proposing to you all. Thank you so very much. I appreciate all your work.
Thank you for your submission. Next up.
Hello, thank you for hearing me speak tonight. My name is Michael Gallimore. I was recently welcomed to Canada as a new citizen this week. I'm a Squamish resident, and part of the reason I decided to move to this town was because of the welcoming nature of this town. I recognize that this is a very difficult decision. People's families and livelihoods are at stake. It affects people from all different backgrounds, and so I do recognize this is a sensitive issue. It's clear to me that there's large sums of money behind this project. That goes without saying. I think that when dealing with this kind of thing, an inclusive approach is better than building walls between people and communities and groups of people. Speaking about the ship in particular, I think that like the worker conditions on the cruise ship would likely feel oppressive to be like told that you can work here, but you have to stay on this boat. It could create an environment which is difficult to work in and could create tension. When I was at high school, I remember learning about global warming and peak oil at the same time. I worried about a future where we weren't able to meet energy demands, but I also saw that human ingenuity would lead to the development of renewable energy sources. When I learned about hydraulic fracking, I was dismayed. I realized that human ingenuity was going down a path of eking out even more fossil fuels to burn and contribute to the atmosphere. A lot of the issues surrounding this decision have pertained to local effects, but I do believe that we should look at the long-reaching global consequences of our actions, as well as listening to local community needs. Overall, I believe this temporary use permit cannot be taken in isolation. This is in the context of a climate emergency. The proposed location of the plant and the ship is within a protected biosphere region. The work that is being done at Woodfibre is an investment in a promise to keep pumping fossil fuels into the atmosphere decades into the future. The project of WLNG, the product of WLNG is methane. That is the main component of natural gas. And methane gas has a greenhouse gas equivalence 85 times higher than CO2 over a 20-year time period. It breaks down over time, so this number is quoted as 28 times worse than CO2 over a 100-year time period. Methane breaking down in the atmosphere might sound like it's a preferable thing to CO2, but methane breaks down into CO2. Having a cruise ship in a visible location in the House Sound is akin to flying a flag saying we're damaging the planet and we aren't choosing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I don't think that flying this flag sends a good message to kids growing up here in town or to other people wanting to develop natural resource projects here in the future. Finally, looking back at previous projects for a precedent should be done with a recognition that the state of the climate has changed in the intervening years. Also, the nature of the projects that we've made conciliations for in the past, such as the Olympic Games, were done in the spirit of celebrating healthy competition between nations, not in the spirit of pumping fossil fuels into the atmosphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go to our last speaker of this round, and I will queue up the next, before we get to your submission, I was going to pick up the next few speakers so we can keep rolling. So who else would like to speak to this? Yes, in the front here, and then right behind, sir, and then you can be third in the back. So if you could sort of make your way to the mic so you can be ready, we'll keep going. And the floor is yours. If you could start by stating your full name, where you're from, and who you're representing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lizzie, and I live in the Garibaldi Highlands, and I come here as a member of the next generation that everyone has been talking about. I'm a current grandchild as well. And I urge you to reject the TUP permit. The fact that people have been sitting here in this like boiling hot gym for like actually hours should show you that like people in your community, your constituents care so much about this issue. And they've been raising their concerns after concern about the safety and health of their community and the environment. And I believe that we deserve answers to these questions, and we deserve you to reject this permit.
Thank you very much for your submission. Okay, and then, oh, sorry, you were first. The floor is yours.
Jerry Lojako, Valleycliff. I'd like to remind the mayor and council that at I think it was 2 public hearings ago, when discussing the development or what's going to be the housing development that's going to be happening on Tantalus Road near Checkowis Way, both sides of the road. There were many speakers from the neighborhood and from Squamish who were concerned about the traffic, because we all know, or at least those of us who actually live in Squamish, are aware of the difficulties around the intersection at Tantalus and Garibaldi Way, at Mamquam, or at Garibaldi Way and 99, and at Mamquam Road at 99. And that adding more homes and more residents to that area is just going to make an already hazardous, difficult situation worse. The people who live in the Dawood development have to go south have to go through down Tantalus to the highway. That public hearing, you all voted yes, you approved the item that was on the agenda, hoping and
Sorry,
even
point of
stating,
order. We haven't actually adopted that rezoning yet, and so we can't actually receive any additional new information or perspectives with respect to a development permit post-public hearing.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think you're bridging to traffic related to the TUP. So if we could get to that, that would be good.
specified, met several of you, that you believe because of information given to you by staff that the MOT would be will eventually be willing to put in a left turning or southbound lane from DOAD to the highway. Now, the traffic in that area is the issues there have got to be just as bad, if not worse, than what is potentially could happen from Site B turning south. So I think, you know, you're choosing to make traffic an issue in one public hearing and no concern or almost no concern at another. The only other thing I want to say is that on the agenda, 3A, staff recommendation that council authorize temporary use permit number TU 000076 for a 3-year period. And 3A2, the mayor and corporate officer be authorized to execute the temporary use permit. And that's what you're here to discuss and authorize. And I have 2 words for you: Fortis, boreholes. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Okay, next up.
Hey, Elliot Salisbury, live downtown. I guess I'm against the TUP. However, if you do decide that that's like the lesser of 2 evils, I'm wondering whether it would be possible to make it subject to ongoing monitoring, using environmental sensors to track air and water quality, make the data public and publish it daily, ideally with a good period of baseline monitoring before the installation. And so then that way they could be held accountable to their environmental assessments, and so that Woodfibre can hold their quote unquote green net zero aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. And as we have the next speaker approach, I'll queue up a couple more. No, unfortunately, but we're going to go to folks that haven't made a submission yet. So I'm looking for any other hands in the room before I go to folks that have more to say from their submission. So is there anyone else that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? And if seeing none, I'll invite Mr. Wilson to be on deck because I know there was. Oh, there you are. You're close by already. Okay, take it away.
Hi, my name is Vivian Liu. I am a university student and wildland firefighter locally, and I reside in Brackendale. I haven't lived here for long and didn't really expect to speak on this issue as I'm not as deeply knowledgeable about the topic as many who have spoken before me. But this issue is important, so no time like the present. My key takeaway is that I urge you all not to fall victim to the pressure that Woodfibre LNG has placed on you with this ultimatum of Floatel or supposed chaos. Their negligence in providing an alternative that serves our community is not a responsibility that you bear, but instead reflects their shallow and performative commitment to Squamish and their propensity for placing profit above all. I humbly request that you avoid the precedent that we, the community, and you, the governing body, can be backed into a corner and manipulated when we have the power to hold resource extractors to a higher standard. In addition, I would like to voice a concern with the ambiguity in WLNG's language in worker housing during their time off shift and ask them a direct question. Would WLNG be able to clarify if it will be mandatory for workers to board transportation returning them home after their shift? If so, how will that be enforced? If not, how will it be ensured that WLNG workers are not, in fact, encroaching on the very limited housing that Squamish currently has? Simply saying that it is out of scope for LNG to manage, WLNG to manage, is a rude dismissal of their obligation to minimize their impact on the community and should be assessed on that basis. Thus far tonight, WLNG has clearly demonstrated an inability to adequately address what is expected of them. As such, their actions, or lack thereof, suggest that this temporary use permit should be rejected. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. And now we'll go to Mr. Wilson for this additional. And as we get into the round of folks that are making a second opportunity to speak, we're looking for ground that you didn't cover the first time, so we can move through. It's an interesting thought exercise, but go ahead, sir.
Alrighty. Mayor, Council, and District staff, thank you for spending so much time with us this evening. There have been a few comments around the Woodfibre LNG site and the dam that is above it. In relation to the TUP and the Floatel, the staff has also mentioned that the vessel is designed for wave action, and for that I have no doubt. However, there is an estimated 10 million cubic meters of water above the dam, and should it fail, there would be more than water. Rocks and trees would be part of that flow coming in contact, or potentially, I'll say at this time, potentially coming in contact with the Floatel. To add to that, the Floatel is also moored and therefore a stationary object for which this flow would push against. In the past, in order to protect an area of Squamish, particularly in Brackendale, there was, from a 1 in 10,000 year event, a debris flow dam has been proposed to be built before any more housing is built within the area. Below this dam, just to mitigate the risk. Or below Diamond Head, sorry, just to mitigate this risk. Why would Squamish accept the risk of a dam that has the potential to fail within the next 3 to 6 years, and as part of condition 31, I believe it was, has to be fully upgraded for seismic stability before WLNG goes operational? I don't see how the council can accept the risk of allowing this TUP to go through when there appears to be a conundrum in that they can't actually do, it sounded like you can't actually look at the risk mitigation around the debris outflow at the same time. And that, before moving forward, certainly needs to be addressed, and the mitigation of the debris flow and what it will do if it impacts the Floatel to protect the workers and property there. For that, please defer the decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sensing you'd like to speak again. Thank you for your patience, everybody.
Do I get the full 3 or do I just get one question? Full 3?
You get the full 3, but if you want to use that to ask one question that we may or may not pass on to staff, that's up to you. But you do need to restate name and where you're from and so on. But go ahead.
Alexander Johnson. I live in Squamish here. Yeah, just to close up on like what I said, obviously it was quite a triggering experience for me. And one of the things I found in Squamish was that this might be true in the whole of Canada maybe, but there's nowhere that will support you in writing a complaints commission. And it's really interesting when you kind of like go around town and you try and ask all these people, you know, like the mental health teams, they don't want to touch it. It's RCMP. I asked with the Community Services Society, they didn't have an answer for me. And like, I get it, it's kind of like a legal accusation, but there should be some kind of like support or like resource for like after that, because it is extremely triggering. The question I wanted to ask was, what happens when this boat like breaks down? Because I've watched on the internet what goes wrong when you're on a ship cruise, and that's not a good time. And I'd imagine it's not a quick fix. So is there any kind of policy that would like have a backup plan for that if that ship's out for like 6 months, 7 months, 12 months, 18 months? Like, what's the backup plan there? And if I still have time, I can keep going, but yeah, I think it's just obviously there's being a lot of efforts made with this situation, and it's a very difficult decision to make. And everyone's different, so I can't really speak for everybody at all, and no one can speak for everybody. So I think that there's been a lot of good opinions shared, so I'm not going to milk it anymore. And thank you.
Thank you very much for both of your submissions. I will pick up the question about if this is approved and the Floatel's operational. Where does the continued operation of that live? If I don't know what, that seems pretty resilient piece, but like, if this is the solution for housing and for some reason it's damaged or uninhabitable or something, what happens there? Do we have recourse for that? Or is this just something that, like we've heard with other pieces, is out of our jurisdiction or scope for a decision?
Through the chair, what happens as a contingency would need to be a contingency plan that's developed by the proponent themselves in terms of how they would manage a flotel that's not operational. And it's not under our jurisdiction in terms of fixing or moving the vessel as a result of that.
Okay, thank you. Council, I'm going to put forward another motion to extend, which we need to do to go past 11. We're nearing the end of the proceedings. I don't expect to go too much further, but moved by Councillor French and second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? No one opposes, which is good. That one needed to be unanimous, so good job, team. Okay, so is there anyone else that wishes to make a submission? Mr. McKenzie? And as with the others, Mr. McKenzie, you'll have 3 minutes to make additional submission.
I laid the groundwork for this part. I've heard a lot tonight about jurisdiction. And my problem with jurisdiction, when I'm hearing it from staff or I'm hearing it from the crowd, the real jurisdiction, according to Canada's current Prime Minister, is that only communities can give consent. And that is a promise he made to us as Indigenous people, and it's also a promise that he made to all of you. When you're looking at your jurisdiction to say yes or no, I mean, obviously, you have a lot of power to stop this project on this one issue because we just watched the positioning of a portion of the community acting like your legislated requirements was an attack against the company. And I think that what we need to recognize when we're working together as people on this is that one of the reasons I would be standing here is because I was personally affected in this community by this project, and I've been affected by others. Trans Mountain's regional security was put down on contract with WLNG and Fortis BC around the exact same time that I started my opposition in this community against this project. To be clear, my opposition against this project is the fact that you do not have the Squamish Nation, which is a part of the Salish language-speaking peoples, even included in any of the thousands of pages that are sitting on that desk. So, legally speaking, in February, precedent was set in Ottawa that Indigenous law is now recognizable under federal law. And legally speaking, this project cannot be, like the Floatel's one of them because it impacts our water, impacts our fish, but the Floatel can, and the project, Fortis and LNG, I looked at these applications, we're not in them. So legally speaking, you missed a nation, they missed a nation, you can't approve the project. And you have a moral obligation as Canadian citizens to find a way to say no based on your responsibility to Indigenous people. That's it.
Thank you very much. And practice makes perfect. Nailed the 3 minutes on that one, Mr. McKenzie, while making some good points. Go ahead. And do we have anyone else? Just we can queue up any other speakers if anyone would like to make a submission. Yep. Go ahead.
Darcy McRae with Squamish Accessibility Commitment. Really quick one. They've got one doctor in charge. We've got 600 people here at the Floatel. We have another 600 in camp. If there was this little thing called COVID, if some virus breaks out, just figure the impact with an extra, and they're all in a contained environment. So just a consideration.
Thank you for that. Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, I'd like to raise one subject that I didn't have time for before. It's Owen Fenn from Boyer Island House Sound. And that's the troubling matter of property taxes. I have here a letter which was sent to Council in 2014 by the proponent, who's promised to pay $2 million a year, escalating over 25 years to $3 million. Now, that was when the project was valuated at $1.6 billion, and it argued, the letter, that this should be subject to the port rate, which is a special reduced rate under legislation. Anyhow, here we are in 10 years later, and as I understand it, that issue has not been resolved. In fact, last week, I believe the council made a ruling that it would treat this facility as a Class 4 major industrial facility, subject to a tax rate of $125 per $1,000 evaluation. You may have noticed that the valuation of this project has gone, according to the deal with Enbridge, to roughly $5.1 million or $7 billion Canadian. And if you take all that and do the math, you come up that the property taxes on this property are probably of the order of $87 million to $131 million. This is based upon BC Assessment Authority, who came in and gave a presentation to the then council, saying that the taxation rate for resource projects was roughly between 10 and 15% of the capital expenditure, the CapEx, on the project. Now, we are 10 years into this project, and this issue has not been settled. And it's rather an important issue when you come to go, well, what is the benefit of all this Woodfibre deal to the citizens of Squamish in ameliorating their recently raised taxes, property taxes? And the answer is we do not know. And nothing the staff has said tonight has convinced me that we're any wiser about what that settlement will be. Where this comes into the TUP decision, and the intersection is, if you approve this TUP, before you settle the matter with Woodfibre as to how much property taxes they're going to have to legally pay you, you lose all your leverage. And I, for one, would not be happy with that. Anyhow, that's an issue I will leave with you, and it's a thorny issue, and it's one that is rather important to all the citizens of Winnipeg, of Squamish rather, as to how much taxes they're going to pay and how much the burden will fall upon Woodfibre. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Ms. Saxby and Ms. Brown. Is there anyone else that would like to speak following the two speakers that are lining up now at this point? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us. We're going to start getting into some nitty-gritty here. Mayor and Council, my name is Tracy Saxby. I'm the Executive Director of My Sea to Sky. I just wanted to express some process concerns because a lot of people have been emailing right up to the end of when written comments were submitted. I know for ourselves, because of the very short time frame to review extensive documents and to grapple a very complex and difficult subject with this project with regards to the Floatel, we made several submissions today right up until 4 p.m. And I'm curious if Council has had any opportunity to review any of those written submissions and whether you will be making a decision tonight, because how long I stand here depends a little bit on whether you're planning on making a decision, whether you've had an opportunity to review those comments that we have submitted, along with the legal memo that we submitted last Friday to Council.
Okay, first order of business is to move through the public hearing, and then it's at the will of Council whether the decision is considered this evening or is deferred to a future time to or referred back to staff, or any actions taken. So the first step is we need to conclude the public hearing, and then we need to have the discussion with the group on as to where Council thinks is appropriate. So that is at the discretion of Council. Would our corporate officer like to chime in on that, or is that I'm happy to be corrected or to add a layer of context if you'd like. No. I think it's an important point as we're all here. So
that's correct. After the public hearing closes, Council can't hear any more comments or receive any further submissions. At that point, they can decide if they want to defer or consider the application this evening.
Rather is whether Council has had the opportunity to read or review the written submissions that were submitted up until 4 or 4:30 p.m. this afternoon, because that will inform how long I stand here.
I can say that we've been receiving submissions throughout, but one of the pieces of the work as an elected official is to understand individually how much information of what sort is needed before you make a decision, and that's where that next conversation will be specifically about that. So these I need to put this meeting back on track as far as taking submissions from the audience, but I do think you raised some very important points. I wanted to clarify where we are in procedure. That's where we are. So if you could go ahead with your submission, and then and perhaps a recommendation how you'd like us to, given that's where we are, what you'd like us to do, given that's where we are. But we need to keep moving with the speakers.
Okay, thank you. So one of the main concerns I have is I recognize that staff has had a very difficult job and that they've had very limited capacity to evaluate the TUP for the Floatel. We have similarly had very limited capacity to do that, but we have submitted a legal memo from our legal team. And in that, it notes that we believe that the way that staff have interpreted the TUP is rather limited because, I'm going to read this, the objective of the TUP policy in the OCP is described as permit temporary uses to provide a short-term opportunity when considered appropriate by Council without negatively affecting existing business or surrounding properties in terms of noise, lighting, parking, traffic, or other impacts. So this to me is a critical piece because we keep on hearing from staff that we cannot consider the gender-based cultural safety protocol. We cannot ask for a hazard assessment. We should not ask for a DPA1 assessment, environmental assessment. And we believe that this is a mistake. We believe that it is within the Council's jurisdiction to request those assessments to be done. And we believe that they should be done before this TUP application is considered by Council. And so what we would request of you is to refer this TUP back to staff for more information and to request that those specific assessments get done before Council considers whether or not to approve a TUP for the Floatel. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And just before you start, I'll do another call to see if anyone else would like to get in line behind Ms. Brown to submit. No? Okay.
Hi, my name is Sue Brown. I'm a resident of Squamish, and I'm the Director of Advocacy and Staff Lawyer at Justice for Girls. I didn't quite get a chance to finish my submissions earlier. Thank you for making sense of my very hurried questions as I was walking away from the podium. The additional piece that I wanted to add, it concerns the conditions on the floatel for the workers. I note under the the criteria that guides council's decision making on a temporary use permit. Consideration to the provision of adequate servicing that meets health requirements is one of the criteria that you have to consider. We noticed in our review of the CSIMP and all of the available materials that we had to us a notable absence of any discussion of the fact that we're in a public health emergency and a drug toxicity crisis, and that there don't appear to be any adequate or sufficient plans in place on the Floatel to manage addictions in a way that both adheres to and promotes human rights, accommodates the rights of workers, provides for harm reduction and reduction of the potential for overdose. There's also, because of the demand and supply nature of substances, prohibition approaches to managing addiction and substance don't work. That's why we're in a drug toxicity crisis right now. That's a well-evidenced fact. But Woodfibre's proposal is to effectively use a prohibition strategy on the boat. And I'm deeply concerned about what those impacts will look like for workers on the boat in that context. We've never seen a situation where a population has been confined to a floating vessel where you might have some major health implications, such as an addictions crisis. And unfortunately, evidence does suggest that workers who work for LNG and other extractives have very high rates of addictions. And those are rooted in the bigger conditions of work and the conditions associated with the 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off that put a lot of strain on workers and their mental health, the grueling working conditions in those places. And so we don't, and I'm seeing the gap, and I'm hoping that council can possibly ask for more clarity from staff or from Woodfibre as to whether there are plans in place. And if there aren't plans in place, then I recommend that council defer this decision or deny the TUP until there are adequate plans in place, because people's lives are at risk if there aren't. And it is within council's jurisdiction and purview to consider whether the health provisions on the Floatel are adequate. Another point that I just like to raise, just in my observations generally from today, it is really apparent that Woodfibre LNG is putting forward an ultimatum to council about whether, if they don't approve the Floatel, then what? What will they do? They'll put their workers in the community. And I just have to say that to me, demonstrates a disingenuous attitude towards their stated commitment to implementing the MMIWG inquiry recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Council, I'm going to do the final 3 calls for submissions, but before I go there, I wanted to see if there were any questions from council, because once the public hearing is closed, as you all know, we can't receive any new information. So I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few outstanding questions. I'm just wondering if staff can please clarify and confirm when the TUP application was actually submitted to the district.
Through the chair, it was August 31st, 2023.
Thank you.
My question actually stems from the last submission we had. The EA amendment under Section 27, Worker Health and Wellness, Section 27(1)(c) mentions addiction awareness, and mental health is mentioned in 26(3). I think that's 26(3)(e). So do we have, where does this piece around toxic drug supply, we know the demographics, and we know the challenges are there, and we know that we're battling with this in our community around a overdose prevention site and so on. Where do those, where does that piece live here? It doesn't seem to be addressed in anything that I've seen so far. Is VCH regulating what medical services are appropriate on board? Is that handled through some other process? I agree it's important. I would like to understand whether it's something that the importance can be lives with us, or to advocate to those other jurisdictions that look after that.
Through the chair, that particular piece lies with Vancouver Coastal Health.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Just further clarity on something that was brought up earlier this evening. Has the mooring infrastructure for the vessel already been constructed on site?
I can confirm that the mooring infrastructure, access, and dock have been constructed on site already.
And what permitting was required to build that mooring infrastructure?
Through the chair, that permitting was through Transport Canada. They're the ones that reviewed the infrastructure as well as the gangway for the Floatel.
Where is it? Sorry, the OCP guidance on TUPs has a section on rehabilitation once the use ceases. Is that what the deposit's meant to cover, or is that another piece? And I just didn't see it specifically. Didn't really jump at me as I went through where that lives, or is that not an issue because the piece we're regulating is the boat that floats up against the dock that is governed by Transport Canada?
Through the chair, the permit actually requires the potential of a covenant on title to repurpose or not use it for moorage purposes, as opposed to removal of the infrastructure to limit site disturbances.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions before I go back to the audience? Yep, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just trying to sort of feel out the OCP a little bit. So there's one section on resiliency in the OCP. It says all citizens, including those most in need, are supported and have access to local food, appropriate housing, and essential community and social services. Now, is that something where we would sort of say, yes, the Floatel maybe doesn't do that, but on balance with everything else, we sort of feel the weight is still to support this, and that's why we would approve it? Or is there a reason why we wouldn't consider that sort of language for workforce on a Floatel?
Sorry, is this concerning, if we may ask a clarifying question, is this concerning the TUP policy contained within the OCP, or is this other policy?
Other policy, but as has been mentioned, our TUP policy says other policy in the OCP, and the provincial guidance is that once you have an OCP, every bylaw and every act must be consistent with the OCP. And so I'm trying to wrap my head around some language like this. Is it sort of on balance, we kind of have to weigh things out and pick sort of overall the best we can do? Or is there something about a workforce, for example, which means we actually don't have to consider that piece?
Through the chair, the official community plan has a host of policies, and it's really every time you're faced with a decision on nature, it's not a bylaw, it's a permit. You have to weigh the balance and consider which policies are applicable to that particular situation. There's very few situations that fall neatly in and address every single policy in the OCP, so it's always a balancing act.
Okay. Did I get all the hands at council? Where council's okay? Thank you. I'll go back to the audience. Is there anyone that would like to make an additional submission? I'll go to Mr. McKenzie, and I'll come to you, Ms. Saxby.
Okay, my question is, if you have an Indigenous, and it is a question, but it's a submission, it's very important. If you have an Indigenous youth I'm 30 now, so I'm not really a youth, in your community who's opposing a project. And I'm telling you, I swear on my life, I'm threatened by gangs, I'm threatened by individuals, I'm threatened by powerful people in this community. What is the investigative process and the integrity assessment piece in this? We've heard a little bit about the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Inquiry. One of the things that the inquiry found is that the RCMP is highly responsible for what has happened in this country. I can't go to the RCMP and ask them for help. I see some of the RCMP that I trust when I talk to in September sitting with pro LNG people in this room tonight. I see people in suits who work for LNG. They paying very close attention to me tonight. I don't appreciate that. The other thing is I've actually given a letter to somebody who used to work for the BC Ministry of Indigenous Relations, who now works for LNG. I gave them a letter last April explaining all my concerns, and I still haven't heard from them. She's right there. I still haven't heard from them. So
I've been quite generous with keeping the scope, letting the scope run, but
no. When we did the assessment in Kamloops on the KGHM Ajax mine, we had 18,000 pages. As an Indigenous people, we had to break down that assessment into several different areas. One of the areas was integrity. And I'm not widening this scope at all. I'm trying to figure out who at this table is assessing the integrity of this company and whether or not it should be in this community.
I think the you have some time on the clock. If you want to keep going, and then we can have that discussion there. I just want to make sure I give you a full opportunity before we.
All I'll say is that it can't be that I am disposable because I stand up for something that is a national priority, because I stand behind Indigenous rights, Indigenous reason, Indigenous laws. I've heard a lot of Indigenous people come up here tonight and speak for the project, but it doesn't come from our laws. So the integrity assessment for me is walking in two worlds. How do we know the company has the integrity and the ability to be here in a good way, but also are we actually matching our words when we speak about reconciliation and Indigenous leaders? I mean, a decade of my life and my whole life working on this stuff, I've basically been wiped out for it. So that's what I'll say.
Thank you. I think when I'll just do. It's late. I'm not going to do my best to address that, but I'm going to try that. All the regulatory processes that have been underway here, which we have control over ours, and we don't have control over the other orders of government. But I would say they all aim to do that. Whether they achieve that or not is entirely subjective, and I could hazard a guess where you what your assessment would be of that, and I think the assessment around the table would vary depending on the individual. So I think that's essentially what we're here, a part of what we're here discussing and considering.
I don't want you to guess how I feel about it. It's actually ruining my life. It is destroying my life. I'm supposed to have a future in this country. I was carrying the Truth and Reconciliation flag in front of Ottawa's Parliament during our unveiling of those recommendations. I personally feel like, because I live in this community, I've been displaced to this community, you're the people who I can look to for help. When I see political shots fired from Chief Ian Campbell, when I see these games being played, it's obvious I can't just go to people who've been trusted. I have to rely on the individuals, I have to rely on all of your brains, and I have to rely on you to protect me. There's nobody else going to do it. And my suggestion is that this company has demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt that they do not have integrity. They should not be in this community.
Ms. Saxby.
Thank you for bearing with me. Tracy Saxby, Executive Director of My Sea to Sky. Earlier today, we sent you a submission regarding Woodfibre LNG's traffic management plan because it wrongly categorizes risks. We noted several inaccuracies, contradictory statements, and incorrect categorization of the traffic considerations that define project risk in their assessment. We note that staff have recommended that the traffic management plan and the traffic impact assessment be redone, but we actually request that you require Woodfibre LNG to do these first before a temporary use permit is considered by council. And the reason we do this is to enable full transparency and public engagement in the new information that will be released by Woodfibre LNG once this is completed. We just want to note that Woodfibre LNG's proposed traffic management plan, then there's two different sites where they're going to be sending workers to and from the Floatel. One of them is Darrell Bay, which is currently in use. The other one is the proposed Site B/West Bar area. The West Bar / Site B intersection, it does not have traffic lights. And it's also located directly opposite the Mamquam Forest Service Road, where hundreds of Fortescue workers and subcontractors will be accessing the pipeline route and, if approved, Fortescue's proposed work camp for 650 workers. Traffic is also projected to increase at this intersection once Squamish Canyon is operational. We already heard this evening from Sarah Wheatley, who has shared her story of how one of Fortescue's subcontractors caused her and her family severe injury. It is going to affect their lives. And the company is not accepting any accountability or responsibility for that. And that is shameful. And I actually want to note, Fortescue is building that pipeline because of Woodfibre LNG at Woodfibre LNG's request. Is Woodfibre LNG accepting any responsibility for the injury that has been caused to Sarah Wheatley and her family?
I don't think this is an appropriate forum to attempt to resolve that, but I understand your concern.
Thanks.
We can move on.
So I also want to flag that in Woodfibre's traffic management plan, they state that wastewater from the Floatel will need to be transported to a land-based facility for processing. The location on the processing facility and the means of transportation by barge and road and the number of vehicles is currently unknown. We did some calculations and we shared these with council in writing about how much sewage and grey water is produced per person. The average passenger on a cruise ship produces about 37.6 litres of sewage and 181 litres of grey water per day. So when you start adding that up to 650 LNG workers, that is an average of 24,000 litres of sewage and 117,000 litres of grey water per day. The average water tank truck can hold 8,000 litres. So if Woodfibre LNG decides that it's going to transport its sewage from the Floatel to the West Bar site, that is an additional, I believe we calculated roughly 18 water trucks per day that are going to be accessing that site as well. And so that hasn't been considered in the traffic impact considerations. So there's so many outstanding questions regarding how is Woodfibre LNG going to handle its grey water and sewage. It doesn't have a plan for how it is going to treat that. It does not know where it is going to send that waste to. That has yet to be approved. And that will have an impact on our community once that gets determined. So I guess I am calling on council to ensure that you are not just giving Woodfibre LNG carte blanche to do whatever the hell they want after you approve the Floatel TUP and you have very minimal powers to actually regulate or enforce or do anything to hold Woodfibre LNG accountable to all of these impacts. We would appreciate that the traffic management plan and the traffic impact assessment are completed prior to consideration of this TUP.
Thank you. The traffic impact assessment, I'll try to turn that into a bit of a question. I understand the recommendation was that it needs to be redone, and so could we speak to like how, to what standard, like what was the challenge there? Is this a cumulative effects of all those things we just heard around the Fortis work, needing to move through the same intersection, Squamish Canyon, the new tourism piece there. Like, could someone just speak to what the challenges were with the traffic impact study that led to that recommendation that it be redone, and what the expectations are going forward?
Through the chair, forgive me, I'm very tired. The traffic impact assessment is still under review, so I can't actually speak to all the comments that we would have at this time. Some of the comments we had, or many of the comments we had, were specific to that Site B access. And I'm kind of struggling actually to, I don't know if you can reframe your question, might be able to trigger a better response.
And yes, and it's okay. We're all tired, so I can take some time with it. And perhaps my phrasing of the question was part of the challenge. So I think, so I hear it's under review. I think you've answered it a little bit, but to me, I'm curious. Earlier we asked a question. I'm changing the question. It's going to be a different question now. But earlier we heard that movements through Site B aren't contemplated in the EA. So why are we, when I look at the staff recommendation and all of these things yet to be done that are in the staff recommendation, which I don't think they technically need to be there because they need to get done whether they're included or not for them to be operational, but I understand that. But this particular piece, I have a hard time reconciling why we're considering and we're doing work or assessing something there that just isn't in any EA process that I've seen that I believe would be required to allow that use anyways. It was a really long question. Do you see what I'm getting at, I hope?
Through the chair. I guess what I'm wondering, are you asking about why are we reviewing the TIA or the traffic impact assessment at this point in relation to the TUP, and why are we getting so into those details, or why are we looking at it at all given the jurisdiction piece?
I would take an answer to both of those questions because what I see here is we've had all these layers of jurisdiction and review, and now the TUP itself has had that review, and it's been supported through all those different processes till tonight, as have other pieces through the EA process. In this traffic piece that is critical to TUP issuance, it's one of the main pieces, I don't see it aligned with an EA process. Is that a future piece? Is it just where does it sit in the process, and why are we talking about it in this way, given that it seems to sit outside the process, according to my assessment? I'm happy to be corrected if I'm incorrect, that assessment.
I'll speak to the TIA with respect specifically to the TUP, a lot of acronyms, and how we and how we've been assessing it. And maybe I'll ask my colleague to speak to the other part of your question, I guess. So the TIA, the traffic impact assessment itself, we did review that specifically with respect to this permit application for the temporary use. And at this point, we do have more comments for the applicant in relation to impacts from the Floatel, because it did not address all of our concerns. And so that is the reason why we are recommending a condition that prohibits Floatel specific traffic generated or traffic generated specifically by the Floatel to use Site B access, because we recognize there are traffic concerns there. So while we have no or limited control over overall use of that site from project generated traffic, so construction workers going to work on the project, the TUP use itself, we do have control over, and so that's why we don't want to allow any additional traffic into a situation that we know is already a concern from a traffic perspective. And maybe I'll ask Kate to speak to the second part.
Thank you. Through the chair, in terms of the second part, the requirement, the holder of the certificate for the EAC that they have must develop in consultation with MOTI and the district a traffic control management plan and a sorry. Apologies. The holder, can you hear me now? Okay, the holder must develop in consultation with MOTI and the district a traffic control management plan and a traffic impact assessment. And it must be provided or had to be provided by the holder to the EAO within 30 days of construction. There's no approval of the plan under the condition. Therefore, the plan is somewhat of a living document in that changes can happen once it's received by the EAO and once comments are provided by the district. There's been several rounds of comments that have been provided since the first copy of the traffic control management plan and traffic impact assessment first came to the district.
So, and I want to make sure I understand this because after the public hearing, we can't receive any new information. So I'm sorry if I'm going on. That section 15 of the certificate says the holder must develop in consultation with MOTI and the District of Squamish, the traffic control management plan and a traffic impact assessment. The traffic impact assessment must be developed in accordance with MOTI's planning and designing access to developments manual and so on. The traffic impact assessment must include at a minimum analysis of the project's effects on vehicular traffic and infrastructure and proposed mitigation measures for the Highway 99 and Darrell Bay intersection specifically, and not any other intersection by the way I read this, and then goes on to the minimums, what it must do and so on. But it does speak to identify measures to mitigate the impacts of project-related transportation during construction on the safety of others and efficiency of transportation network on Highway 99 and the Darrell Bay ferry location, and so on. So that's why Darrell Bay is mentioned 3 times here and nothing else in this certificate. So that's where it's yes, but I'm having a hard time reconciling that. Can you add some clarity for me, please?
Thank you for the question. Yes, at the time of the certificate issuance, Site B in West Bar was not a contemplated location for the transit of workers to and from the site. And again, I remind Council to consider that the broader traffic considerations related to the site should be considered separately from that of the TUP in this instance, and that what staff have been looking at is what the incremental impact would be of the TUP traffic that would be proposed through the approval of that TUP.
Okay, I think. Thank you for that, providing what clarity there is in this process. Councillor Stoner, so I saw your hand earlier. Were you trying to help me with phrasing a question, or do you have...
I was, but you got there, and I do have one additional question. Staff spoke earlier to the fact that there will be some level of enforcement capacity for the proposed conditions of the TUP. In particular, there's 2 that staff have suggested. One in terms of use of Site B for transit of ancillary Floatel service providers based in Squamish is not permitted unless the permit holder provides an update to the TIA or TMP. And then the other one is that all contractors, subcontractors, and consultants involved in the initial commissioning of the Floatel and its operations shall possess a current District of Squamish business license. I'm just wondering how we actually plan to enforce that.
Through the chair. So we do on larger development projects monitor that type of activity, and we can ask for the proponent to supply records of businesses on site and cross-reference with our business licensing data.
And then with respect to the traffic use at Site B, do we have somebody who will sit there and watch vehicles come in and out?
Through the chair, unlikely. It's a small town, and we get public complaints all the time, and we investigate. So, I think there's a high likelihood that if that activity occurs, we'll hear about it.
Thank you. Council, any further questions? Okay. So I'll go back to, so now I'll ask, I have to call 3 times if there's any further speakers. Ms. Saxby, I see your hand. Please approach the podium. And so far we've been hearing new submission. So if you'd like to go into another area you haven't covered yet, the floor is yours. Hold on one sec. We'll make sure that, there you go.
I recognize it's late and everybody's tired. I think this will be my last submission. I just want to acknowledge that Woodfibre LNG is like a monster that has ever-reaching tentacles. It just keeps on getting bigger and bigger. One of the issues that's come up tonight is access to the site via Darrell Bay versus Site B. I want to acknowledge that Woodfibre LNG is already transporting workers from downtown and causing parking issues right downtown. And I'm curious if there is a way for council to include that in a regulation, because right now there don't seem to be any accountability mechanisms to ensure that they are only transporting workers from the Darrell Bay site. I also want to note that the number of workers seems to keep on growing exponentially. So the Floatel is proposed for 650 workers. Tonight we heard that there will actually be 800 workers during peak construction. This is a new number. But we have also heard from an LNG worker that Woodfibre LNG has informed them that they are rapidly ramping up construction and that there will be 1,600 workers on site during peak construction. So I'm very curious and I'm very concerned why the numbers that are being shared with Woodfibre LNG's construction workers are very different to what is being shared with council and other regulators, and how those match up. Because if we are going to approve a Floatel for 650 workers, and if, as we know has happened in other communities with other resource extraction projects like this, the number of workers increases exponentially, because they have to meet construction timelines that are always unrealistic. And I just want to be clear here how unrealistic Woodfibre LNG has been since day one. In 2014, they said we will begin construction in 2015. They are still in pre-construction. They still have not officially started yet. It's nearly 10 years later. So I want council to be very clear in their expectations of how long this project is going to take based on other LNG facilities around the world. All of them go over budget and over time. And if we're now talking about an exponential increase in the number of workers, how are those workers also going to be housed? So there needs to be some very difficult questions asked of Woodfibre LNG. I also want to acknowledge that there are already we are already experiencing the impacts of this project in our community. We are aware of high school girls that have been meeting LNG workers here. It was noted by Woodfibre LNG's own security companies, and it was not noted or reported. And in fact, the person that informed us was fired within a week. So I will just finish off by saying that there is very little trust that Woodfibre LNG will do the right thing when it comes to accountability and transparency. You have such a big obligation and such a difficult decision to make right now. I recognize that. But you really do need to take into consideration all of the information that has been shared up until the 4:30 cutoff point for written submissions, and very carefully consider, is this a project that you want in your community? Is the Floatel the solution that the community deserves? We have gone through multiple levels of regulation and process, and the federal government has failed us, the provincial government has failed us, and now it is in your lap to either approve or deny the Floatel temporary use permit. I'm just going to call on you again to please reject this. We do not believe that it is in the best interest of our community. We strongly believe that a lot more work needs to be done by the proponent and by staff to require the assessments and reports and missing information, and to please reject this or to refer it back to staff until that information is provided. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Would you like to speak again, Mr. McKenzie? Is that what I'm seeing? Yeah. And same instructions. If we can cover some new ground, please.
For sure. I'm looking at the time here. I covered a lot about Indigenous people and the things that are important to me. I recognize I didn't go. I want to share this one last piece. This will be my last share for the night, but I was raised by a spiritual leader in my community, went to residential school for 11 years in Kamloops. So I'm a knowledge keeper in my family, being passed a lot of this knowledge on for the next 7 generations. Most of my family and most of the people that I grew up with have since been silenced by industry companies. I'm one of the last free agents that I know of in my world that can actually speak to these issues. Most people can't. They're dealing with it. So the most important thing I'll share here is that we have to protect the orcas. We have to protect the wildlife, the beings, the supernatural that live in this area. It's a responsibility that's on all of us, no matter what. I know these projects, like the biggest problem I have with these projects is they're basically like orcas or no orcas kind of thing. And I really don't like that. Climate change also impacts us. So like I said, I lost 2,000 square kilometers of forests. It could happen to you here. The sound could get too hot. You guys could end up looking like the Okanagan Valley and have absolutely nothing left. So I would say that because I think that you are one of the best councils that I've ever stood in front of in my life, you should take it a step further and show the rest of the world how it's done. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. So now I will call for the first time if there's any further speakers that would like to make a submission to the public hearing. Calling for a second time if there's any further speakers that would like to make a submission. And I'm calling for the third and final time to see if there are any speakers who would like to make a submission. Seeing as there are no further speakers, I'll now declare this public hearing closed. Thank you to everybody that came out tonight, participate in the public hearing. Council, we have opportunity at this point to consider the issuance of the temporary use permit. I would like to understand where everyone is, if anyone's been able to keep up with the correspondence that we've been receiving throughout the hearing. And sorry, Councillor Stoner, do you have your hand? Would you like to comment on this?
I'll let you finish. I was gonna make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead with your motion.
I'd like to propose that we move deferral of our decision to our next regular business meeting or special business meeting as appropriate.
Okay. Are you seconding that, Councillor Hamilton? Thank you. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Stoner?
I'd be happy to. Well, I would really like to make a decision in front of all of you who have sat here and hopefully some folks who are still sitting online. It is late in the evening. We have been receiving written correspondence up until 11:31 p.m. There are hundreds of pages of written correspondence in addition to trying to listen to all of the feedback that folks have shown up to provide to us this evening. And so I don't feel like I would be able to make an informed decision based on fair process and reviewing the submissions that have been provided. So my preference would be that we defer the decision this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak to it? And then I'll go to the rest of council if there's more comments.
Yeah, I think that the amount of information that we're absorbing tonight and the weight of this decision certainly warrants a few days of reflection. So I certainly agree that we should defer until next week.
I was just checking with staff, and the motion was as appropriate. Left it kind of open there, but we're thinking next week. Does that reflect what the mover was intending?
That's fine. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if we actually had a special on the books.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing. I have Councillor French next.
Thanks, Mayor. I won't be supporting the motion. I have all the information I need. I'm energetic and bright-eyed and ready to vote. I'm looking forward to next week when we actually get to deal with this.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Mayor Herford, similarly, I will not be supporting this resolution. I have read all of the correspondence that we received right up to the present time. I have much of it, including all of my Sea to Skies memos in front of me, printed off with extensive notes by myself. I've just had another cup of coffee. I think we should also recognize from our own experience with the District of Squamish and our construction projects, the costs of delay. We have recently shared with the public through our open meetings reports from staff on our over budget projects, and a big enemy of ours has been delay. I think we should be empathetic to a large project like this with many implications and lots of outstanding, including information, but I don't think it's in our interest to delay this decision. I won't be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw.
I'll be speaking in support of the motion. I also have concerns that perhaps 11:48 p.m. after a 5-hour meeting or 6-hour meeting is not the best time to make an important decision like this. I do have concerns that as a municipality, we do not have sufficient safeguards in place to protect us from any negative social impacts from the project, and I would like to have time to digest and consider what amendments I would like to see, if any. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I'll also be supporting the motion. I'm normally a night owl, but there has been a lot of information. I tried to read some of the correspondence that was coming in as it was coming in, but I found it was distracting me from hearing and thinking about what people were saying. And so I stopped. And so I haven't read all the correspondence that came in. I feel like I have a good sense of where things are, but I don't think I'm doing my job as a counselor unless I'm considering and thinking about all the submissions that come in. And so I would like that time. Just knowing my colleagues, I'm not sure we'd have a unanimous decision tonight. And I don't think we're in a good place to have a constructive, long discussion. And so I think we would do a better job as a council, regardless of our perspective, when we had a bit of time to digest and when we're all working at 100%, having all read all the information. So I will support the motion.
Thank you. I'm also generally a night owl, but that's not what this is about. Since the last batch of emails I was able to open or submissions was at 4:24, and we've seen 5 big batches since then. So the folks that came out tonight to make their submissions, were heard, and I think the folks that have provided written submissions deserve to be heard and considered as well. So I'll be supporting the motion, and look forward to the discussion coming up next week on this issue. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Councillor French and Anderson opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Now I'll be looking for a motion to terminate. Councillor Stoner and seconded by Councillor French. Is anyone opposed to terminating this meeting? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.